There we go. I can properly switch. Hello, Francis. You are our first critter. Doing pretty good. Hello, Stanley. Always remember, be happy or be dinner. As soon as we get enough critters in here, I got a whole bunch of prints from this printer. I've been keeping it very busy. Hello, Stig. You probably hear this a billion times, but where's the white racing suit and helmet? Does that what do they call it? Elicit a groan? Or still too niche? Hey, Pygar. The two little furball demons are doing good. I'm still worried about Ender. He's acting weird. And I'm just really worried that something might be wrong with him. Unlike last time, I don't have another $700 for another vet visit. So I'm really, I'm keeping an eye on when he pees. So far he's peeing okay. So far it's not a UTI. I'm just a little worried about him. No, it's fine. But Ender's acting a little weird. Michelle's doing good. Just got her butt out of bed. She's gonna come out and feed the little demons. I was like, the little demons are hungry. You must feed the little demons. I can stop that. Yeah, his behavior's off. Like he's much more jumpy than he usually is. Like he's very easy to spook. And he'll gingerly walk around certain parts of the house just like weird. I guess that's the only way he's really weird, acting weird. It's not normal behavior for him. What I want to do, oh yeah, I want to change the priority for OBS. Set priority above normal. And just, I don't want nothing to happen to him. I'm kind of obsessed with him. I'd lose my shit if anything happened to that cat. It's all since that. I know there can't be any physical injury, so there's no physical injury if there was. But it all started that day I squished him. You know, he tried to bolt out the door while we were bringing stuff outside, and I had to stick my leg out and squish him between my leg and the door to stop him from getting out. Shredded my foot because he tried to keep going, you know, to get outside. And I may have squished him a little harder than was advisable. I don't know. I mean, it was just a reaction. You know, he bolted and I stuck my foot out and stopped him. And but now that's been a month. So if there's any physical injury, it'd be obvious by now. So there's no more physical injury. So something mental? I don't know. I gotta start taking him outside. I need to get a different harness though, because he's gotten pretty close to getting out of the harness that I have right now. So I need something a little more secure. On next door, you know, we see postings for 2 or 3 cats a week dead in the street. You know, some coyote killed them, mountain lion killed them, car killed them. You know, outdoor cats just do not live long here. Cats that are raised outdoors, maybe, you know, a couple years. But house cats that get out are dead pretty fast. Hello, Rick. So as much as he wants to get out, I'd love to be able to just let him out for a couple hours and he'd come back in, but the first time I do that would probably be the last time I do that. So this really just isn't. Not only are house cats not really, you shouldn't have house cats outdoors. They're extremely destructive. I mean, the local wildlife that they kill. I mean, I had a roadrunner run across my driveway. That was pretty cool. Well, I plan to build an enclosure for them, but you see the price of lumber lately? It's like $9 for a 2x4. No, I'm in New Mexico. I'm up in the mountains outside of the city. So we have people posting, you know, ring footage of their, you know, coyotes and mountain lions running across their yards and stuff like that. So, yeah, not a good place for cats. Heck, we have birds that can take down cats. Hello, Gary Rivet. And John Klopp from Texas. I assume you're from Texas. But I do eventually want to build a catio. Once I rearrange this place a little bit. Oh, once I get... Oh my god. Once I get the storage room done. Florida is nice for resources and water, but the humidity would just kill me. A Delta printer print mill, huh? Well, I guess you could just orient the Delta 45 degrees. And as long as you have the 2 arms like this, you shouldn't have a clearance problem with the print mill. But I'd love to see that video. Hello, Jan from the Netherlands. And heat, yes. Well, it actually doesn't get that hot in Florida. I mean, we were in Florida in August, and it was only like 85 degrees. But the humidity, you would think it was 150. Most people confuse heat with humidity. If you want heat, you go to Phoenix. That's hot. Or parts of Texas. That's hot. But in most of the country, what people call heat, what they actually mean is humidity. You know, it's a weird thing because humidity prevents your body from expelling heat. Acme crates. Oh, that'd be epic if there was a freaking Acme nearby. But do any Acme still exist? Yuck. That's nasty. Yeah, we've had a mild summer as well, very mild. Um, where we're capping out at 90, where we normally cap out closer to 100, and many days we're capping out below 80, which is incredible. Like all this week, it's going to be 79 to 84, which is unusually cool. You combine that with the 7,000 foot altitude and some shade, and it's amazing. Except for the flies. We actually have flies right now because we've had an unusual amount of rain. Actually, 70, you're chilly here. When it gets down to 70 here, you can actually get chilly and need to put on pants and maybe a blanket. It's kind of weird. It's because of the thin air, I think. Well, I actually have a little box of banana moon pies. I always keep a box of banana moon pies nearby. It takes me about a month and a half to eat the box, little tiny moon pies. Like once or twice a week I'll have one. I could probably just, if you're trying to post a link, it's not working, but I could probably just search for it. That's a unique enough set of terms. Delta Print Mill. No, nothing came up. If somebody can send me a link. Now, the one thing to consider is that New Mexico is a weird catch-22. It's a weird place. If you're looking for action and activity, probably not the best place to move to. Because the only place where there really is anything is Albuquerque, and even that's pretty tame compared to most of the rest of the country. So if you're looking for nightlife and action and activity, probably not a good place. Cool. Very cool, Pygar. Well, if you want quiet and solitude, if you basically want a retirement state, this is fantastic. Um, energy costs are very high here, but the environment means you need so little energy that your costs are actually low. Um, oh, Three Idiots Engineering is the name of the channel. So, for example, my electricity, even with time of use, is 15 cents a kilowatt hour delivered. Yet my electric bill last month with the air conditioner pretty much on 24/7 was $144, $142. Simply because it doesn't take a lot of energy to do things here. The exception is winter at altitude because I'm at altitude. But even that costs a fraction of what it costs in Pennsylvania. All right. Trying to do multiple things at once is actually really difficult. I am not finding a channel. Oh, Three Idiots Engineering. Here we go. Okay. I will subscribe to that, and I'll come back to them later. Okay. Well, here's the thing. For one of the conditions I had with moving here to New Mexico, I had two conditions. Well, three actually. One, I had to live near Albuquerque, or I had to live near Farmington. Those are the only two places that have a decent amount of resources. I mean, Santa Fe does as well, even though it's actually a very tiny city. It has a decent amount of resources, but it's very expensive. So places I could afford to live that also had resources were Alamogordo, Farmington, Albuquerque, and then there was one more. I can find it real quick. Okay. Where is it at? Not there. Roswell, maybe. Clovis. So I was looking at Clovis, Portales, Alamogordo, Roswell's a distant maybe, Farmington, Albuquerque, and I mean Las Cruces is close to resources, but it's also close to the border and close to a lot of crime. So I didn't want to live there. So I was basically looking at Farmington, Albuquerque, Clovis, Portales, Alamogordo, and maybe Roswell. Those are the areas that had enough built up infrastructure. They had grocery stores, hardware stores, they had everything you needed, all relatively close together, and they were affordable. But Albuquerque's not affordable, but the surrounding cities around Albuquerque are. I got down to the point where I was choosing between a house in Farmington, Alamogordo, and Edgewood. The house in Farmington disappeared, so now I was down to Alamogordo and Edgewood. Alamogordo is beautiful, by the way. At least it looks beautiful from the pictures I saw. Now, my conditions were living near resources, so that restricted me to those cities. And my other conditions were I had to have cable or fiber internet. Although now I could use maybe Starlink. Problem is Starlink has good download but not good upload. At least for what I do. I need good upload. So I was looking at places that had fiber or Comcast because what do you call it? CenturyLink doesn't count as broadband as far as I'm concerned. DSL doesn't count as broadband as far as I'm concerned. So I had to have cable or fiber, and I had to have city water. Now when I say city water, I don't mean public water. Because most of the water companies around here aren't public. They're privately owned. When I say city water, I mean water piped to my house, meaning I don't need my own well. I'm still getting well water. The Epcor, the company that provides water here, it's well water. They just have a big commercial well. But the point is, it's their well, so they have to maintain it. Because digging a well here is very, very expensive. And I did not want to deal with that. I need a rag because I still feel some stickiness on this table. Yeah, it's the resin. It's the resin I'm printing with. So I need to clean this table a little more. I don't want to get resin on my hands. Yeah, he's hungry. Give me a second, guys. I just want to clean up the table a little more. I thought I got it all, but I can still feel a little stickiness. Hey, Mr. Solomon of Wham Bam. I need a bigger one.
Oh, he's one of your friends on here?
Yeah. I need I don't know, 4 foot by 2 foot. I love the orange. But so you have to watch out for the wells unless you have money, because wells are very expensive. The second thing is, in most of New Mexico, you're not drinking the water. I mean, you could install a softener, and then you could drink the water with some filtration, but you have to install a softener. I don't bother because the cost of a softener is just too expensive. It's not only the machine and the installation, but the operation. You got to buy the salt. It's like $40 a month in salt. If you have enough of an income to support that, then great. You'll probably just install a softener and forget about it. Just add salt. But I have a water buffalo, 5-gallon jugs of water, and that's what we use for drinking water. You can wash with it, you can shower with it, you can cook with it, you just can't drink it. It's safe, it's chemically safe, it just tastes like crap. Well, they have machines at the grocery store. It's 30 cents a gallon. 30 cents a gallon. So it's $1.50 to fill a 5-gallon tub of water. And the 5-gallon tub lasts about 3 weeks. So that's only about, what, $4 or $5 of water a month. So we use that for, the coffee machine, drinking water, when we make up juice mix and stuff like that. Now, when I cook, I use the tap water. Washing machine uses the tap water. Showers use the tap water, and we've had no problems. Detergents seem to work fine, even though we have extremely hard water. Technically, you can drink the water. It's just calcium. It's not going to hurt you. But it tastes like shit. Well, then it would cost you 30 cents a day. So $9 a month. That's not bad. So you'd be spending $10 a month of water. Nice thing is, though, well, it costs a little more than that because the water buffalo uses electricity. But I could turn that off. That's convenience. It keeps a cylinder of hot and cold water at all times. And so I can get hot, to make tea, or I can get cold to make a juice or whatever I want. Anytime I want. It comes out of the tap like very cold and very hot, which is nice. It's convenient. But the consequence of that is, I've solved that by using ULPW heating elements, and I do not leave my water heater on. I actually have an app. I finally found a 240 volt, 30 amp, or 40 amp. Yeah, 40 amp. 40 amp switch. That's Wi-Fi. Finally. Sadly, no power readings. I'd love to know how much power it consumes. But all I do is press that button right there, and my water heater turns on. And then the really cool part is that it has what's called, I guess it's an industry term, it's something called inching. So it'll automatically turn off after a certain number of minutes, which is critical. Because the two slicers are different. Not different in that they're different slicers, but they all have base settings for offset. So either in your start G code or in your base settings, you have a different offset set between Idea Maker and Cura. So you just need to change your offset in Cura to bring the nozzle down. If it's dragging the filament around, that usually means the nozzle's too high and it's not sticking to the bed. So in Cura, you're going to have a first layer height. Make that 0% and see what happens. And don't adjust your bed, because if you adjust your bed, then you're messing up your presets in Idea Maker. Instead, adjust the slicer. This way, both slicers are set for however your bed is physically set for. Because otherwise, when you go back to Idea Maker, you're going to have to adjust your bed again. So lower the first layer height in Cura to 0%. And try it. If that's too low, make it 10%, 20%. Adjust that until you get it where you want it. And this way, now, when you slice with Cura or Idea Maker, you're set and you don't have to mess with your bed. That's why I always set my profiles to 80%, for example, so that I know that any of my old profiles that I created will still work, because they are also set for 80%. The extruder purge is in your start G code. I don't remember exactly where that is in Cura. I think it's under machine settings. And under machine settings, when you pick your machine, you'll have a start and end G code. Start and end G code is just like what it sounds. It's you run this to start off, and then you run this to end. Start G code usually, turns on your heaters, or does certain things. So, example, a purge line, that would be part of your start G code. And then end G code does things like turn off your heaters, turn off your fans, move your axis to the home position, stuff like that. So you need to edit your start and end G code. For a purge line, that would be start G code. Lazy bum. Yeah. Yeah.
And they both eat.
Good.
They eat it all.
How much did Noel eat?
Half of it.
Okay, and Ender ate all of his?
Nope. He ate quarter of it.
Really?
Yeah.
He ate less than no. That's not good. Did you give him pate or shreds?
The beef.
Okay, the one they like.
Yeah.
Either there's something wrong with him, or he's getting into a food source at night.
Well, he has a little, I think the same amount as no.
Turn your chair so it's facing the window, and look through those cabinets behind you. See if there's an open bag of food in there or something. Because I noticed they were crawling around inside that cabinet, and I wonder if there's a bag of food in there they found.
I already looked in there. There was no food.
Okay. He's getting it from somewhere. Either there's something wrong with him, or he's getting food from somewhere.
Or it's because he keeps eating milk.
Hey, Travis. Oh, you want to see the elephant up close? Oh, wait a minute, let's switch.
Got it in.
Wow.
Got it in the second.
Now, I don't think you meant that elephant. I gotta zoom out for this one. I think you meant that elephant.
Hi, guys.
Yeah, that came out pretty good. This is printed using Ceriatech Fast Gray.
Hi, guys.
Yep, this is resin. They said, tell Michelle to go away. We don't want her.
No, they didn't.
Hey, Mike. Travis said hi. Stanley said hi. And Maker Viking said hi. For the longest time, my other sister in Tennessee, Sarah, they have a dog. My mom has a dog. And they named the dog Stanley. And for the longest time, I thought it was, Tiger said hi. I thought it was Stanley. And it wasn't. It was Stan Lee. Like the comic creator. For years, I thought the dog was just Stanley. Stanley. You know, it's just, you know, normal Stanley. And here all this time, it was actually Stan Lee. I found out because she typed his name into Messenger. He doesn't usually, I've never seen him eat the mice. He plays with them. And I find their carcasses lying around. I have to throw them down the toilet. She typed his name in Messenger when I was looking at getting stuff off from Vince for him. And, oh, Jesus. She typed Stan Lee. And I was like, oh, your autocorrect kicked in? And she's like, what do you mean? I was like, well, you typed Stan Lee for Stanley. She's like, no, his name is Stan Lee. I was like, are you kidding me? I didn't know. Like 5 years, I didn't know. But yeah, that's the that is a maximum size elephant. I could maybe print it bigger if I printed it this way. I might be able to get a little bit bigger, but on its feet, that's as big as you can get. That's on the Seedmaker S3. But that came out very cool. It is. It's pretty neat. This is definitely going to go on my display shelf because it just looks nice. I want to print the hummingbird. The hummingbird looks really cool too. But that one's going to need a lot of support. So there's your little one. So that's what you typically print on a resin printer. You'd print something about that size. And there's your mega size. You can see I broke one of the struts taking the supports off. That's a great idea. Or even better, I gotta find 6 hours. It's 6.5 hours. It would actually no less for this. I think it was like 4.5, maybe 5 hours. It was like 4 or 5 hours. It wasn't very long. And that's because this is printed at 0.2 millimeter. So very coarse for a resin printer. You can actually see. You can see if you can. There you go. You can see the layer lines. There you go. See the layer lines? Those aren't defects. Those are actually layer lines. Because I printed at a 0.2 millimeter layer height. Hello, Ronald. But you know, it'd be even cooler is to print the elephant. I gotta find somebody to do a wire mesh mouse and put a mouse in the middle of the elephant. That'd be cool. And then print a wire mesh mouse with a tiger in the middle. So the heart of a tiger. I'm not aware of any neurotoxic effects. Hang on, I gotta throw something at the cat. And I got rid of all my cans. You little son of a bitch. Ha ha ha! I got him! He's eating Noel's food. Yeah. No, box. Okay, maybe somebody can explain this in a way that I can understand, but Ender insists. Okay, Noel learned pretty quickly. That's his bowl. That's Ender's bowl. All right, and when he tries to eat out of the wrong bowl, we go no, and he goes over to the right bowl. And now Noel's going to try to get inside that box. You're not a Morrow cat, baby. But Ender insists on eating Noel's food. Like, he'll even go so far as to push him out of the way while he's eating. They have the same food. And his bowl's full, but he insists on eating Noel's food. Is there anything I can do about that besides physical separation? Well, the prop industry is quite a bit different. Well, first of all, they're using a lot of different resins. And we tried that. Doesn't matter. He wants whatever bowl he's not allowed to have. It's almost like he knows he can have his bowl, and he knows he can't have Noel's bowl. So he wants to eat as much as he can from Noel's bowl because he knows he'll be able to go over to his bowl and eat his. I'm probably thinking too much into it. I don't know if the cats think that far. I don't know if greed enters the equation like that for them like that. But it drives me nuts because Noel doesn't eat a lot, and so he's always skinny. You know, I've been trying to fatten him up a little bit. Ender will eat whatever I put in front of his face, but Noel, he's a slow eater. It's not dominance because Noel could be in the other room at the other end of the house, and Ender will be sitting here eating his food, and he'll stop and turn around. We have to sit at the table basically to stop him from eating his food, and he'll look to see if we're paying attention, and he'll slink over to the other bowl. So it's not Noel he's fighting against, it's me and Michelle he's fighting against. And the number of times I've waited, he's slinking over, he's watching Michelle, and he's not watching me, and I put my hand right behind him, and I wait, and as soon as he sniffs the ball, I go, no. Poor cat jumps like 2 feet in the air because he didn't see me. And I just look at him and I go, motherfucker, I'm all seeing. I do it all the time. It's so evil. Oh my god. Michelle scared the living hell out of him once. Must have cost him 2 or 3 lives. And it was totally accidental. I got a new cat bowl, a watering fountain bowl. And when I plugged it in, I didn't realize that the water sensor that, stops the pump from running if the water is out, takes a second to acknowledge that water is out. Oh, that's cute. Oh, that's very cute. How did you do that? Where's that emoticon come from? Is that in here? Where did you get that? I need that. No, I want that cat crying one with the smile with the big fat grin. Here's the pet section. Oh, nature section. Oh man, I gotta get that. That's just cool. That fat ass grin. That's just awesome. There it is. Oh no, there it is. Got it. It was actually under people. That's just cool. Now, how do you turn that off? There we go. That's cool. I love that. So, oh, that's interesting. Now, why would it hide that? It's just hiding a sloth. That's silly. So, when I plugged the fountain in, the pump turned on for about 3 or 4 seconds before the sensor triggered and turned the pump off. But, you know, he was already walking up to it, curious what it was. And when the pump made that loud sound running dry, scared the hell out of him. Took off like a bat out of hell. So I put water in it. He came back and he was very gingerly approaching the water fountain. Michelle started to reach down to pet him. Me being a dick decided to scare the cat. You know, so what I'll do is when he's slinking up to something, I'll go, and he'll jump about a foot in the air. Well, he did. He jumped about a foot in the air, and at the same time, Michelle finished reaching him and touched his back. She was just going to pet him, but she touched his back. But because he was on edge from the fountain, and I just spooked him, when she touched him, he exploded. He just launched like 4 feet. He had to have jumped this high, 4 feet in the air, and then hauled ass for the bedroom. I almost passed out laughing. It was so funny. You stupid cat. Oh my god. Oh, he's hilarious. He's a good cat. But yeah, she totally didn't mean it. She was just reaching down to console him. She's like, "Oh, Ender," you know, because I'd scared him. You know, he was scared of the water fountain at first, and man, he just launched. Yeah, I've noticed if you type certain words, it gives you an emoji option. So prop makers use, yeah, prop makers use a lot of resin, and you're going to be using gloves. Okay, so ideally you're not going to be dipping your hands in resin, and you're also going to be ventilated. You know, you want to have a well ventilated place when you're messing with the stuff. From what I understand, I'm not an expert on this, and the data is still out on this, but from what I understand, the issue with resins is sensitization. So when you certain chemicals, when you come into contact with them, your body has a non-ideal reaction, and if you come into contact with them enough, your body then has a violent reaction to it, to the point where you cannot be around it anymore. Decent resin printer You got the Frozen Sonic. You got the Creality printer. You have the new Anycubic's a little expensive but good quality. And but what you want to make sure you get is you want to make sure it has a monochrome screen. That's the important part. You need a monochrome screen. Don't even think of buying a printer with an RGB screen anymore. There's no point. I mean, okay, if you can get one for $40, sure. 40, $50, because you can get replacement screens for like 30. But yeah, you want a monochrome screen. You should be able to get one for between $200 and $300. Oh. Oh wow. I have the Frozen Sonic Mini. It's a decent machine. That's a really good price. Holy crap. If I actually had money, I'd buy another one. It's a fast little booger. Hang on. Anything with the RGB screen and is it Anycubic? Yeah, Anycubic has the DLP coming. Oh my god, the regular price is $149. Actually, this one comes with resin. Does the coupon work with this? Let's find out. I tend to use clears because clears allow me to use hang on. Okay, no, that does not work. Yeah, I just noticed it didn't work with the combo. Let's try that one. Let's try this one. Yep. Okay. So we are looking at this one here. So if you go here and then use that code from Colin, thank you, Colin, you can get it for less than $130. Sonic Mighty? I bet you that's a big one, isn't it? Would you knock it the hell off? Frozen Sonic Mighty, huh? Oh, wow. 9.3-inch 4K. Very cool. That's even bigger than this one. Slightly. Now, a lot of the times, these coupon codes are, yeah, good luck getting an LEU Saturn. This is $500 and you can actually get it. So that's the Mighty for $500 with that coupon code. Do keep in mind that usually the is it? Usually the coupon codes are one time per account. So if for some crate, oh, it's the same price. It's $10 difference. And come on. Why does it always make me wait? Won't load the damn link. There it goes. I thought they were still hard to get. That's the Saturn. And that uses 8.9-inch screen. So for $10 more, you can get the Frozen Sonic Mighty, which has a slightly larger screen. Or for $10 less, you can get the Saturn. Let me add those to my 3D printers page. 3D printers. Looks like there's actually a better deal if you want the Saturn. I'm going to add that to my page as well. This looks like it comes with resin. Yeah, it comes with free testing resin. How much does it come with? It does not say how big it is. So assume it's, 500 milliliters. But it's $40 more, but then it's got a $40 coupon. So it's the same price, $4.99, and you get some resin with it. There, I just added that. I think I might be willing to pay the $10 extra though to get the larger screen, the 9.3-inch screen. Although I don't know if it makes a difference. Come on. I don't know why Amazon's giving me a hard time. What's the build volume on this one? 20 by 12.5 by 22. Sounds like the same build volume. But it's 9.3 inches, so it has to be bigger in some way. Why won't you let me add this? There we go. 3D printers. And the Mini. There's the Sonic Mini. The heck was that? That was weird. There, got them all added. Took forever. So, the normal prints you usually see from one of these little boogers is these little ones. So it can do small and high detail. I wish it didn't hunt. There we go. I also printed that little grenade planter plot that actually came out really cool. A little bit bigger, and this would be great for succulents. You know, those little plants that don't need much water and stuff like that. That just came out really cool. And this is all printed at 0.2 millimeter. This is not even printed high resolution. This is printed at FDM resolution. But because the layers align so perfectly, it looks better than an FDM, even at the same resolution. The little Totoro, you can even see the little thing on top of his head. That's the Totoro phone holder. Obviously, this one won't hold the phone. And of course, our little Marvin. That is perfect. The only way you're ever going to get a perfect Marvin is to resin print it. It just blows me away how sharp it comes out. But we know you're not here for the little prints. Yeah. We're here for the big prints. Zoom out. There we go. So the next thing I printed was Spaceship 2. This actually took me 3 tries to print because, first of all, it's hollow. But it actually required a pretty decent amount of support because I printed it in one piece, nose down, like that. And what was happening is the print was flexing and it was messing up my... Yeah, I was thinking about that. If I could find a highly detailed model of my phone, I would print one and put it on the phone stand. It'd be great for like dollhouses and HO scale and stuff like that. But I had to eventually add a matrix of support around the nose and up the wingtips in order to keep the model from wobbling because it was so skinny. But that is Spaceship 2. This is printed at 0.2 millimeters. No point printing ultra high resolution because there just wasn't a whole lot of detail in the model, but enough detail. And you got your windows and your portholes. There's some body lines on the wings. But that came out pretty slick. I like that. This was printed using Saintsmart transparent. Now this now here's something that people don't realize. Every time I print one of these with transparent, I have to clean out the vat because there's a skin on the bottom of the vat every time I do a print. That's actually normal. LCDs do not block 100% of the light that hits them. They block a percentage of the light that hits them. When you're doing short duration, like 1.5 second burns, that's fine. When you're doing 4-second burns, you have what's called fogging. Some of the UV light makes it through the LCD, even the part that's masked. And over time, that light builds up a layer at the bottom of your vat, a very thin layer of resin that cures at the bottom of your vat. So when you're done the print, you actually have to drain the tank, the vat, and get rid of that skin at the bottom of the tank. Otherwise, it's going to interfere with the next model you print. And that's actually pretty normal for you when you're using transparent, because transparent, and one of the reasons I use transparent is it cures a lot faster than non-transparent resins, because it's more photosensitive, because the light can go all the way through it. Now, if you're doing 1-second layers at 0.04, you're probably not going to have that problem, because the LCD isn't on long enough to allow the fogging to occur. Or if you're using a colored resin, that's going to be a lot less of a problem. That's more a problem of long layer burn times and transparent resins. But that came out beautiful. I'm very pleased. That's 200 millimeters long. So that's 210, it's either 205 or 210 millimeters long. And it came out fantastic. Then I printed, you remember my can of whoop ass that I printed? I love my can of whoop ass. Why is that so bright? So I printed out my can of whoop ass. So I printed out a giant can of whoop ass. That is just so big. When I was worried about the wobbling issue with the Spaceship 2, I decided to print something that had a stable, circular platform to tell if it was the printer wobbling or if it was the model wobbling. And this came out fine, so I'm pretty sure it was the model wobbling. But that is a giant can of whoop ass. I'm going to paint that. It's open top and bottom. I can put a bunch of holes in here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a little tray for this to sit in and use it as a planter. So I'm going to plant something in here. After I Disney and Warner Bits characters, you have to show me those. But this came out real nice. Obviously, this is a low detail model to begin with. This is not a high resolution model. But that came out pretty darn slick. Oh, that guy who did the Jetson characters and stuff. Yes, I do want to print them, but I want to print them big. Like I want to print a life size, George Jetson and what's the name of the dog? Astro. Is it Astro? Yeah, I want to print them life size. So I gotta figure out how to do that. Yeah, but that came out really nice. Then I printed. Whoop, I don't knock everything over. Decided to print Starship and Super Heavy. So that actually fits on there. So that is Starship and Super Heavy. This is a relatively current rendition of Starship. This is an older rendition of Super Heavy. The current version of Super Heavy doesn't have fins. I tried to print the Tic Tac gun on the resin printer, and the model ripped itself apart. Like, the resin tore. So I haven't had a chance to reslice it yet. Oh. Yeah. I guess my neck needed a lot of cracking. Like, this has the old folding fins, which the current version doesn't. 420 has fixed grid fins. They're fixed. They don't fold. But that's still pretty cool. These were printed together like that, side by side, and I just let it print. It was interesting. My the drain holes I put in. Well, I didn't have drain holes. I thought this was raised up above the bed enough to allow air to get in, but it wasn't. So this actually came out of the printer filled with resin. It's kind of funny. So I had to carefully remove it from the bed because it was full of resin, and then turn it upside down, let the resin drain. Thank you, Colin. Let me bring that up. Wow, I'll take that. Do you know if the Pet G works for more than one, or is it just you only get one roll? Transparent orange? Yeah, we'll take that. So you can get more than one, okay. I do not have the Hallett one, but I would imagine it would be superior since it's newer. I'd lean toward the newer model, especially since you can get it for 180 bucks on Amazon. Hang on a second. How do I delete this? Delete. And I have gift card balance. So I can get a little bit of Pet G for free. It says the promo code does not work. So that promo code might be only for certain colors. Yeah, black sucks. You guys can try it, see if it works. Why doesn't that work? That is the promo code. And it might be black only. Yeah, it says the black says 44% off. White, no. Yeah, it looks like it's black only. It actually has the promo code built in. That's a pity, because I'm looking to stock up on PetG. So that is the PETG for $8.46. But it looks like it's black only. These links, by the way, are deals are thanks to Colin. He found these. And looks like this here is the Creality Hallett 1. And that coupon code brings it from $259 to $180. Wi-Fi, OT upgrade, 2K monochrome, 127/80 by 160. It's actually a pretty decent build volume for the little ones. Nice. Is it a little bit bigger? And the 002H works great. I have it. I haven't had any problems with it. So if you can get the 002H cheaper, get that. Yeah, I know what you meant. They want to send me a Hallett one, but I don't really want a Hallett one because I already have like 6 or 7 small LCD resin printers. What I want is the Hallett Sky. Well, there you go. Hang on, I can get a link for that. Wow, it is 127. That's incredible. Is that a monochrome or RGB screen? I think the H is monochrome. I know the 001 is LCD. Is it monochrome? Oh, that's the R? Yeah, R you don't want. R is an RGB screen. Not worth it for $127. Not worth it. I'm not even going to give a link. It's just not worth it. There is no reason to buy a machine with a without a monochrome screen anymore. Thank you for those links, Colin. Hello, Amelia. Are you being good? So that was a pretty slick print of the Starship and Super Heavy. And with a little bit of sanding, I was able to get them to mate so they can stand up. And then I printed Starhopper. That's actually, I can almost make that flyable. No problem. So that is Starhopper with no supports. And you got all those little details. I printed the lid separate. And I got rid of the bulkheads. So it's all hollow, except for the bottom, of course, because that's where the engine is. But that I'm going to paint, of course, I'm going to paint all these. But that came out very cool. So I have my little Starhopper. It's actually a pretty big Starhopper. And then the last one, this one's really cool. So there's a thing called a Doomsday Rocket on Thingiverse. It's okay. It's got a decent number of details. I hollowed it out, of course. It prints like this. The only support it required is support for these little tips right here. And I just built two little, two leg supports for each of these little tips. And that's all the support it needed. And it printed like that just fine. At the same time, on the same build plate, I printed the launcher for this. Now the launcher is really cool. That is the launcher. How cool is that? It's got some crazy details. There we go. And this is printed at 0.2 millimeter. So you can actually see the stair steps on the leg right here. Because I printed it at 0.2 millimeter. It actually, I think it adds to the detail. It looks pretty cool. But look at all the little extra details on that. It is a resin print. This is a resin print. This is all printed on the Seedmaker S3. I love how glossy the top surfaces are. I mean, that's going to take paint really well. Yeah, these are all printed on the Seedmaker S3. Now here's the cool part. That cradle holds the rocket. So that fits in there just like that. So that rocket sits inside that cradle just like that. How freaking cool is that? I just thought that was such a neat model. I mean, these are a little hard to see because of the transparent resin, but I had a full liter of it, and it cures fast. Oh, wow. This needed no support whatsoever, except for the tips of the fins. Those tips right there needed a tiny bit of support. Otherwise, no support at all for this model. That is just a cool freaking model. I can't wait to paint this one. I'm figuring painting this like an olive drab green with a little bit of camo. Just give it that olive drab, maybe a little black to give it some weathering if I can figure out how to do that. But that just came out so neat. The pistons, the brackets, the arms, the piping. That's one of the cleaner resin prints I've done. That just has, enough detail to really make you go, that's cool. It's actually kind of annoying because the rocket is relatively low detail compared to the launcher. I wish they would put more detail into the rocket. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm going to be painting it. These are going to get painted. So I don't really care if it yellows. Matter of fact, I'll probably stick them out in the sun and let them yellow a little more. Because I want to make sure they are fully cured. I don't want these to split on me after I paint them. But I kind of wish they would put a little bit more detail into the rocket to match the level of detail in the launcher. Just make them a little crisper, sharper. Maybe add some body lines and some pipe work and stuff like that. Just add some little minute details to the rocket so that the quality of the rocket matches the quality of the launcher. Because you wouldn't know these went together if you didn't see them fit. Because this is like super crisp and high detailed, and this is relatively soft and low detailed compared to this. Just add some more details to the rocket, I think. But that would be very, very cool. I love that. This is actually the I have an airbrush. I've never painted with one, so I don't have those skills yet. This one actually has 4 feet. That was actually the holes in the build plate. I actually left them on there because it keeps it from touching the ground, so it sits nice. So I think I'm going to leave those on there. But yeah, that's one of my favorites. That just came out so neat, so beautiful. The next one I'm going to print is I'm going to do some opaque resin that's not transparent. There is a model called Anime Girl that I want to print. And there is also a model. There's a second one I want to print too. Hang on. It's on this computer. Oh, okay. I have an idea of what you're talking about too. I figure I'll binge watch some YouTube videos one night and learn how to use an airbrush. But I've been very pleased with the models I'm getting from it. Different mouse. So, oh, the Jaws and the Anime Girl. That'd be easier if I just do that. It's processing. Actually, probably easier if I just load it. There it is. Oh, I know why. Because they're saved to the memory card, I believe. Did I save them on here? Oh, wait a minute. I know where I saved them. I saved them in their folders. Well, I'll just load them again. What are you doing? I don't want you doing whatever you're doing. Stop doing whatever you're doing and do what I said to do. Load the STL. There you go. So I'm going to print this one. So that's the Jaws attacking the modified Benchy. So yeah, that's going to be cool. That was a little tricky because you have multiple cavities you have to empty. This is a cavity, this is a cavity, and this is a cavity that all have to be emptied of resin. And the shark. So that'll be a cool print. It's because I have the camera looking at the screen because this screen is not connected to the OBS. Why don't I see what I want on here? There we go. And then this one, anime character. I want to print something more organic. So that's a full build height. That is 220 millimeters tall. That's a maximum build height. And then, of course, you got the head. I hollowed it out, and I didn't know how to add. I didn't know how to. What I wanted to do was to hollow this out, but not hollow out the base. The problem is, I'm not aware of any way to do that, unless the base is a separate piece. So when I hollowed it, it hollowed the base. The problem is, this would then, the top of this platform would be unsupported. So what I did is I put a giant hole in the platform, and then I added a whole bunch of supports to hold it up. Because I couldn't think of any other way to do that. Do you guys know how to do that in Chi2Box? A way of like telling it to only hollow from here up, don't hollow this base? I don't know if there's any way to do that. Of course you need Pro to do that. Yeah, of course. I hope Chi2Box gets destroyed. I hope they get crushed. So here you can see my drain holes. I have a drain hole here and a drain hole here. Then of course this giant hole is going to let the air in, so the pressure you won't form a vacuum. But yeah, so that's going to be one of the next prints I make. This will probably be the next print I make. Did I already transfer these to the SD card? Probably not. Go away. So let's get these transferred over to the USB card. Seedmaker, Jaws, and Anime. Anybody found a hacked copy of Pro yet? If somebody asks me to, I will. I mean, I don't make it a habit of it just because slicing is a very personal thing. But if somebody said, hey, can you share a slice? If I still have it, I'll give it to you. Doesn't bother me one bit. Including from Simplify 3D, because I do not recognize the portion of the license that says you can't share your sliced files. Sliced files are, by definition, my personal work. That would be like Microsoft saying you can't share your output from Word, or Adobe saying you can't share your output from Photoshop. It's illegal. You're not allowed to do that. It's already been to court and done. Now, if the software produces proprietary output that has very little input from you, you can restrict the sharing of that output. I'm doing 1 millimeter. Well, that's just it. I wanted it to be pretty thin. And so I do 1 millimeter. I think on her I did 1.3 millimeter. I was trying to do that. I was trying to close it up. Food deals. Did we get any good deals lately? Not too many. I got some that tangy dipping sauce that you usually dip bloomin' onions in. They had that on clearance, so I grabbed 3 bottles of that. Yeah, all my models are 1 millimeter. So these are all 1 millimeter, and I think they're pretty heavy. Now with opaque resin, I might do thicker walls just to avoid the cracking issues, since you can't easily cure the inside of the model when it's opaque. Didn't really get any great food deals recently. Nothing like, oh my god, buy 20 because it's such a great deal. Food prices have been pretty high lately. You know, while we're there, we can check Triangle. Triangle Grocery sometimes has good deals. Yeah, well, the problem is any deals I find won't be a deal for you because they'll be US deals. Here, we can get a liter of resin for 30 bucks or less. Well, the problem is, at least on my end, it tends to add a lot of internal supports, and it's a pain in the ass to remove them. My God, removing supports is such a pain in the ass. Because yes, I have noticed that if I hollow first and then do supports, it adds internal supports. The problem is I try to avoid that because then I spend the next hour removing those supports. Let's see. Boneless center cut pork loin for $3.29. That's not that great a deal. Actually, that's not a bad deal for beef bottom round. 39 cents a pound for bananas is pretty good. I mean, it's expensive compared to back in PA, but for here, that's pretty good. Breaded chicken tenders, fully cooked, 99 a pound. That's actually not a bad deal. That's a little expensive. That's pretty good. $1.99 a pound is pretty good here. Well, that's pretty good. $2.66 a pound for butter. That's actually a really good deal. Every now and then I can get it for $2 a pound and I stock up. That's expensive. Some cheap white bread. Well, I want to remove them because I don't want to waste the resin printing them. That's the problem. It just uses so much resin. Hey, red light. That's expensive. That's not horrible for Bush's beans, $1.97. That's actually a halfway decent deal. That's as cheap as the dollar store, because the dollar store is $1, but the can is half the size. So you're getting twice the amount for twice the price, so it's the same price. That's something I have to keep teaching Michelle, is that you go by volume. Yeah, we are. But that's part of how they keep us compliant as they destroy us. At least until we enact the ETP protocol. Then the tables will turn. The problem you only really have choice if you have money. As you can see, I'm not looking at most of the stuff here because it's expensive. Like 2 for $5. That's $2.50 a box. Well, that's 2 servings. That's a little box. For an adult, that'll make 2 bowls of cereal. So you're talking about $1.25 per bowl plus the milk. That's expensive. Half gallon of orange juice, $2.78. That's a bit. It's not horrible, but again, that's a treat for us because it's expensive. Here's what we buy. 88 cents a loaf. And we make French toast. Yes, I do know when you do, especially when you do organic models, you have to check for islands. Yes. The first time I did that, when I hollowed out a model, and I was like, what the hell is this mess? And I realized, oh, that's right. Like, for example, her, the anime girl. That one requires internal supports because the base of the neck on the inside has nothing underneath it if you don't have supports coming up inside the model. So yeah, I learned that the hard way. But certain models, that don't have internal islands, like rockets, you can just hollow them out and no problem. Or, for example, what I did with this one here, instead of worrying about supports, I just printed 2 pieces. Boy, I remember when mac and cheese was 10 cents a box, and now it's 88 cents a box. That's incredible. Now, see here, this is not bad. 52-ounce orange juice for $1.78. That's not bad. So if I go down there, I'll probably grab some of the butter. I'll grab some of the, if they have low acid, I'll get some of the orange juice. It's a beginner's printer, so it's a very small, very low resolution printer, but it does have the advantage of being very affordable, and it's made by Anycubic, which is a company I trust. Now the question is, that's 15 miles, so no big deal. What I'll do is I'll take the trailer with me, and yes, it is. Mac and cheese with cut up hot dogs is delicious. Hey Ben. So it's about it's 12 and a half miles to the transfer station. This is just past the transfer station, so let's call it 14. And then I have to drive up that road about 4 miles. So it's about 18 miles, I guess. But that is within the round trip range of my electric car, so no big deal. It cost me less than $2. So what I'll do though is I will take the trailer with me, and I'll take a load of garbage to the transfer station, and then when I'm done at the transfer station, we'll go to the grocery store and come back. So in reality, it's only costing me 8 miles of range, because it's about 4 miles from the transfer station. And since I have to go to the transfer station anyway, well, I've had to make 300-mile round trips into Albuquerque for this goddamn boat. And I still have to make one more trip into Albuquerque because they stopped printing titles on the spot. You no longer can get the title printed on the spot. Now it's like every other boring state where they have to send it off to Santa Fe and you got to wait 2 weeks from the mail you the titles in the mail. What a pain in the ass. So, but I did get a hold of the guy who owned the boat. No problem. I met with him and we went to the MVD. He ordered replacement titles for the boat and the trailer. They were both in the system, so we were able to order both titles. It only cost $17 to order both titles. Is the plastic wire wrap stiff? I don't know. It's not going to be anywhere near the Frozen Mini. The Frozen Mini is a superior machine. Hang on. I keep forgetting. I keep getting distracted. Let me bring it up. No, with that sale price on the Sonic Mini, definitely get the Sonic Mini. Where's the... What? You can get this printer for $200? No, okay, the Photon Mono is $199, and the Mono X, which is the big one, is $559. Yeah, well, actually, that's not a bad screen. It's a 6-inch screen. Now, how come, is the Photon Zero not available on Amazon? Yeah, we got the big one too. We making big resin prints now. Hello? No, it's not. This is the number. This number used to be for adult. It's my personal cell phone. I used to own the Adult World company in New Jersey, but I sold that a couple years ago, and I'm across the country in New Mexico now. They should still be reachable at the 965-1110 number. So I don't know if they kept the number or not, but 609-965-1110 should get you there. No problem. Bye. It's the Photon Zero is good only because it's made by Anycubic, and Anycubic tends to make decent quality products. Wow, nice, man. I would love to get the Frozen Mighty just because of that 9.3-inch screen. Yeah, what is that? 14-inch screen for $600. Oh, I wish I had the money. If I had the $600, I'd leap on that. A few months ago, the Mini made sense because it was low cost. Oh, that's the LU. Okay. Passed up a phone prank. What's that mean? Oh no, that wasn't a scam call. That was a legitimate call. South Jersey Sanitation is the company that did our dumpster, and they obviously had my number as the contact number for the business, so that I would get the call, and so I had to let them know that nope, I'm not involved with that anymore, and I gave them the number for the business. Oh wow. I know they have a small DLP. I didn't know they had a big DLP. Do I need to mess with any of this? I can delete all that. I can delete that and that and that. And I think I can delete all this. Yes. Yes, King Mary, I would love the free stuff, but I'm not going to risk my access to Vince for it. The advantage of DLP, it's a projector. So, okay, actually, the thing I just described, the problem I just described with the Seedmaker, which is all printers, by the way, it's not just Seedmaker, that the light fog making it through the LCD screen, the light bleeding through the LCD screen, that can't happen with a DLP because you're not masking with a LCD screen. Okay, so the way an MSLA printer works is your UV light is curing the entire vat. Right? It's just a big UV light that fills the entire vat with light. So how do you stop it from curing the entire vat? Well, you put an LCD screen in between the light and the vat. And wherever you turn on the LCD and it turns black, light can't pass through as easily. And wherever you leave it clear, light can pass through. So you're basically creating a silhouette. And you're shining, so it's like me, like my hand is black and between my fingers is clear. So if I stick my hand above the light on the printer and turn the light on, the light is going to stop where my hand is but pass through where my hand isn't. And wherever it passes through, oh, you just add more resin. That's what I do. I just pour more resin in. When you wherever the light passes through, it hits the resin and cures. Okay, so that's a masking SLA printer. A DLP is the opposite. There is no mask. You just produce light where you want it to cure. You're projecting the light image onto the FEP sheet in the vat. Yeah, the DLP is small. It shouldn't. It should be the same printing time. Or it should be a very similar printing time. And also, the DLP should have a longer lifespan. Since you, even though the monochrome LCDs last a lot longer than the color LCDs, they do still degrade over time from exposure to the UV light. The DLP solves that. So now the issue is the lamp life of your DLP. So, the printer should last longer. And use less power and produce more heat. Yeah, I wonder what they're using for the slicer. Well, okay. In that regard, DLP and MSLA are the same. You're printing the whole layer all at once. So your print time is dictated by your Z height, not by your complexity. So whether you're printing a simple circle or if you're printing a full plate full of complex geometry, doesn't matter. You're printing the whole layer all at once, so you still gain that advantage. So the advantages of the DLP are it's using a light source to generate an image instead of an LCD screen to mask a light source. So you have more precision. So a DLP could be half the resolution of an LCD masking printer and still produce equal or better quality prints, because you have that crispness that's just not there with an LCD printer. Now, you and I might not notice it looking at something like this, but when you start doing things like this with even more detail, and then you compare them side by side, you start to notice. There's a guy who just did a YouTube video I watched on. It has excellent examples showing it. So the first one, of course, is pretty low resolution because it's the first one. But bigger, better, and higher resolution will come. Well, you don't start a print unless you have enough. I mean, that's a given, at least for me. If I don't have enough to start the print, then I don't start the print. Yep. Oh yeah. There's that's old news, Ben. There's a big purge on Amazon. Even Tack Life got purged. Although I think they're back now. I'm not sure. They probably had to sign some deals with Amazon. But yeah, there's a big purge, and they don't care. They're still doing it. They have to. They don't have a choice. It's a weird thing. This thing with Amazon. Let me give you guys something to look at over there. There we go. This thing with Amazon and paid reviews. Mono X Pro, cool. Of course, as with any situation, you have legitimate sellers and shady sellers. But we're not talking about the shady ones, because there's always going to be shady sellers trying to game the system and take advantage. But there are also legitimate sellers doing free product reviews. They don't really have a choice. Unless you have a brand following. So, for example, Sony doesn't have to do this. Philips doesn't have to do this. LG doesn't have to do this. Dyson, Shark, Sanitaire. You know, any of the major name brand companies, they don't have to do this because they have a brand loyalty. Well, here's the problem. What if you are a good example of this? Okay? So you have something like this. You have a Craftsman ratchet wrench, which, by the way, is freaking awesome. I love this thing. Nicely balanced, looks great, feels great. Nice rubberized handle. I love this thing a lot. But anyway, you have a Craftsman ratcheting wrench. Now, you don't got nothing to worry about. You have a brand following. I mean, you're going to compete with other brands, but there's only going to be 5 or 6 major brands. Now, the problem comes, well, there are Chinese versions of these ratchet wrenches. I got one here somewhere. Oh, here we go. Here's a perfect example. Now, this is actually a brand name, and I like them a lot, by the way. But this is Polituo. But there's plenty of off-brand versions of this kind of thing. A generic, 12-volt battery-powered tool. You can buy it from 10 different companies, and they will be the exact same thing. The batteries will even be cross-compatible half the time. So you have this product you're trying to sell. Here's an even better example. Something totally generic. Let's see, what do we got here that's totally generic? Ow! I cleaned up, so I have none of that cheap crap surrounding me. Okay, a battery pack. This is actually a pretty unique battery pack. It's a 50,000 milliamp battery pack. But just imagine this is a 10,000 milliamp battery pack. Okay, it's $15, and you're trying to sell this battery pack, on Amazon. Now there are 100 sellers, all selling this exact same battery pack. Not 100 sellers selling a battery pack. There's 1,000 sellers selling a battery pack. But 100 sellers selling the exact same battery pack you're selling. Because you don't make battery packs. You're drop shipping from China. Okay, you're ordering a generic battery pack from China, and you're selling it in your Amazon store. Who the hell is that? Is that UPS? Yeah, UPS is here. You're selling a generic 10,000 milliamp battery pack for $15, and it's not just a 10,000 milliamp battery pack. It's the exact same 10,000 milliamp battery pack that 100 other sellers are selling. So you have 100 people all trying to sell the same exact product. Not a unique product with a brand name, okay? But the same exact generic product. One says Nerese's 10,000 milliamp battery pack. One says Sean Simon's 10,000 milliamp battery pack. Ben Brady's 10,000 milliamp battery pack. Colin Falkingham's 10,000 milliamp battery pack. But they're not different. They're the exact same product, all drop shipped from China. The problem is your profit margins are going to be razor thin. You might be buying it for $8, selling it for 15, but by the time Amazon takes their cut and you pay for shipping and you pay for taxes, you're making $8.50 on that $8 battery pack. So you're making 50 cents. All right, so you can't compete on price. You're all making 50 cents. One of you might try to make yours 10 cents cheaper and you'll make 40 cents, but then everybody else is going to lower their price because they have to. So it's a loss leader. You're gonna kill yourself if you try to do that. So eventually you're gonna reach an equilibrium point. You're making 50 cents to $1 a battery pack. You depend on volume. So let's just make the numbers easy. Let's say you're making $1 on each battery, which would be a lot, by the way. So you're making $1 on each battery. You sell 1,000 of them, you make $1,000. This is after shipping, freight, taxes, income taxes, state taxes, Amazon's FBA fees, all that, you make $1. So you sell 1,000 of them, you make $1,000. Pretty good deal, right? Except you only sell 2. And now you're paying storage fees at Amazon. Why? Well, it's simple. There's 100 other people selling exactly the same battery pack, and you're on page 6. If you're not on page 1, you may be page 2, but really you need to be on page 1. And there's 10 listings per page. So you need to be 1 through 10. If you're not 1 through 10, you ain't selling shit. So how do you get on page 1? Well, if you're selling a name brand tool, that's easy. You have Craftsman, you have Ryobi, you have Rigid, you have Cobalt, you have DeWalt, you have Milwaukee, you have Makita. You got less than 10. So when I search for, name brand ratcheting wrenches, well, all 10 name brands are going to be on the first page. Okay? Not really, but you get my point. All right? You have brand loyalty. But when you're all selling the same thing and there's 100 of you selling the same thing, you're on page 1 or you're dead. And this is a problem that Amazon kind of created, but not maliciously. They created an open marketplace. And the disparity between China and the US allows this drop shipping thing to exist for sellers. Hey, Colin, $20 on PayPal. You rock, dude, and thank you for using PayPal. I appreciate that a lot. And I don't know if Gianni is here, but we did get pizza last week. She sent $25 for pizza, so we got pizza. We got a artichoke pizza from Pizza Barn. I liked it. Michelle didn't. We're on the wall. It was pretty good. But I like artichokes. She obviously doesn't. And so you have to figure out a way to get on page 1 or you're screwed. So how do you get on page 1? Well, how does Amazon determine what the order is of products? Well, if they're all the same, if I do a search for 10,000 milliamp battery pack, how does Amazon determine who's on page 1? Well, they determine it by popularity for the most part. How many have you sold? How many likes do you have? How many helpful votes do you have? How many reviews do you have? How positive are the reviews? So Amazon has these metrics that they use to determine what they show you and what they don't show you. I mean, they have to figure out some way. It's not just random. So they, better selling, better reviewed products show up higher on the listing. And the problem is that becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Whoever gets the metrics first ends up on the first page. And then, of course, they get more sales because they're on the first page. So it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. It becomes a self-reinforcing algorithm. And I don't know of a way to fix it. Okay, it's hard to fix. You can't get an ad listing. You're getting $1 off each battery. You don't have the money for an ad listing. If you're going to create an entire franchise, sure, maybe you could do ads. But for the 45-year-old mom sitting at home with the babies doing an Amazon store to try to sell batteries, because this is the one way you can make money. You can make money selling on Amazon. It can work. The trick is finding the right products. 10,000 milliamp battery packs, probably not the right product. You got to find that little niche you can fill. So what they do is they send out free review samples. We need reviews. One of the biggest metrics that you can have to get, because you don't have sales, obviously, so you can't use that. So the next biggest metric you have is reviews. Because reviews, a good reviewed product is something I want, and a bad reviewed product is something I don't want. That's one of the reasons why people like me exist. No, you can buy ads, but these kind of sellers aren't going to. They don't have enough capital. There's not enough money there. They would spend money on an ad and never make back the money they paid for the ad. So it's kind of a catch-22. And then, of course, if making the ad was practical, there's 100 other people selling it 30 of them are going to buy ads. And now you're back to page 3 again. You bought an ad, but you're back to page 3 because the other 20 got ahead of you. You see what I mean? Trust me, it's not that easy. So, sellers need reviews. Now, they could do what I do. I mean, it's pretty, hey, Vaughn. They could send me a free printer, and I make a review, and that helps their popularity. Or it hurts, depending on if it's a good printer. If they're a smart company, they take the constructive feedback and they improve the product. But anyway, they can't do that, though, because you can send me this battery for free, and I can leave a review on Amazon, but it doesn't count for much. Because the type of review you leave matters. Now, this is where Amazon created the problem here. All right? The reason sellers do refund paid reviews is because of a problem Amazon created. Amazon weighs the reviews, and some reviews count for more than others. So, for example, a verified purchase review counts for substantially more than a non-verified purchase review. I don't know what the difference is. I don't know what the metrics are. Probably nobody does, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's 10 to 1 or 20 to 1. Like, one verified review might be more valuable than 20, 30, 50 non-verified reviews. So, verified review has a very important status attached to it. This is why the seller, it's not malicious. It's not, we're trying to scam you. They're gaming the system to get themselves onto page 1 or 2. So this is why the seller wants you to buy the product with your own money, and then they refund you outside of Amazon. That's why they do that. Because by you buying the product, Amazon now knows for a fact you actually own this. Because if you want to go leave a review from this battery pack, okay, everybody get your print screen button ready. Here, hit print screen right there. Good. Now hit print screen right there. Good. Now, let's see. Well, let's get that too. Let's wait for the focus. Wait for the focus. Okay, there. Get print screen on that too. Okay? You now have 3 pictures that you can use to go leave a generic review for this product. How does Amazon know you have this product or not? They don't. All right? That's why verified purchase matters more. Because I can just pay you $5 and say, hey, go leave a review for this product. I don't have it. That's okay. Just make something up. Say the product was great, worked as it was intended. Legitimate, standardized, normal review, right? Grab a couple pictures off of Google search, crop them, stretch them a little bit so they don't look like the same as on Google search. And now I've posted a review that looks totally legitimate. And, well, that is less valuable to Amazon because they won't trust it. People figure out you don't even have the product. Wait a minute, you don't even have it? What good's your review if you don't have the product? So, verified purchase matters more. That'll help too. So, verified purchase matters a lot. That's why sellers want you to buy it and then they refund you. Now, the good sellers refund you on shipping. They say, okay, when the product ships, I'll refund your money. And now they are counting on your honesty to leave an honest review when you get the product. Shady sellers will say, we'll refund after your 5-star review. Because what does that mean? Well, now you have the veiled threat of, oh, wait, if I don't leave a 5-star review, I'm not getting my money back. You could threaten to return the product and turn them in, but now you're admitting to doing what you did, and Amazon's going to kill your account. They won't kill your Amazon account, they'll kill your ability to leave reviews. Pretty good, Paul. We were showing off all the models that I printed on the Seedmaker S3. And now we're talking about Amazon sellers. So, now Amazon started recognizing that you would click on a link directly to this particular seller's battery pack. And Amazon would use that to determine, the the seller gave them a link to their specific product. That's why you see a lot of products on Amazon with weird names in the title. So let me show you. Lamp post. That's probably a pretty good one. Here we go. So take a look at this. Does anybody see what's interesting about this set of results? Anybody see what's interesting about this set of results? No problem. Well, what the hell is Hycolity, Fudesi, Cineton, Hepworth, Design House, Solus, Cineton again, Gamasonic, good ones by the way, I like Gamasonic, Hycolity, Cineton, I've gotten ones from this guy too, Part Phoner, he was on Vince, you know, Maine, Madison, you know, why, Portsmouth, Westinghouse, what is all this? What, you know, Grunlich. Well, that's so that they can instruct you to do a generic search. They might tell you to do a search for lamp post and then look for the first listing that says Fudesi. Now Amazon can't tell that the seller gave you instructions for how to find their listing. And then they'll ask you to send you a screenshot of the listing. So you'll go to the listing and they'll say, send me a screenshot. And what they're doing is they're checking this here to make sure it's the right listing. So that you're actually buying the product and will be leaving a review for them. That's why all these Amazon listings have all these names in them. If you've noticed all these Chinese products, oops, I'm on the wrong screen. If you notice all these Chinese products have these names, Fudesi and Cineton and Solus and Gamasonic and Hepworth, that's why. That's why they have it listed like this. I mean, do a search for. Oop, I keep trying to click on this screen and I can't because that is the duplicate in OBS. I have to go to the original screen over here. Oh, come on. Stop messing with me. USB battery. So if you do a search for USB battery, you'll see the same thing. Easy Power. Energy Cell. That one just says portable. That one doesn't have a name. Mayadi. See? Mayadi. Mofi. Away. Omni. These are all unique company names that they created. Anchor Power Core, but that's an actual legit company name. No. Okay. If you as a seller are paying people to make reviews and then you send them a link to that product, yes, they could use that to track you down. Hey, Phil Johnson. That's all right. Today's going to be a short stream. We're probably going to be done around 1 o'clock or so. But yeah, we've showed off all the prints that I made on the Seedmaker S3. I will show them again toward the end of the stream. And now we're just talking about, we've migrated to talking about Amazon sellers and paid reviews. As long as you're not doing anything shady, you should be fine. Sharing links to your products should be fine. I can tell you, oh, hey, now we're going to drift onto that. That's another way for them to scam you. And it pisses me off because I actually put a lot of work into my reviews. Amazon does rate sellers. I'll show you. Let's see. Check out this, by the way. I got a freaking trailer dolly. Look how much that damn thing costs. Ouch. But I grabbed one. There's my cost. Anyway, let's get to something where I can leave a review. Page 6. Here we go. Now, this might actually not work. Oh, it did work. Okay. So, I can write a review for this. But there is also a way. So, here's sold by Funny House. I've very rarely done this. Here we go. Leave seller feedback. So if you click on the product and you click on sold by, and this is sold by Funny Home, there's that. See, there's that weird name again. And then you have leave seller feedback. The problem is no one looks at this. Now, here's the thing though. Amazon does look at this. Okay? Clearly, Amazon looks at this because I left a seller a 1-star once, and yeah, he was not happy. So here you can rate the seller, item as described, yes, no, and you can leave a comment. I think you're limited. Yeah, you only get 400 characters, which is really fucking annoying because 400 sometimes is not enough. I really wish that was 4,000, just like the review listings are. Yeah, you can leave seller feedback, and it does have an impact. Other viewers probably aren't going to see this, but Amazon does, and I think Amazon actually acts on these because that seller freaked out after I left that review, and I did not change it. He tried to bribe me, pay me. He wanted to send me another free product, because basically I had a problem with the product, and he basically told me to go fuck off and call me a liar. And I was like, fuck you, buddy. Here's your 1-star. And if you ever have a review rejected, if you attempt to review the seller in your review, community guidelines will reject it. Because your review is supposed to be for the product, not the seller. Because that review might get attached to the same product from a different seller. Or be relevant to a same product from a different seller. So, seller review is separate. You don't do a seller review in your regular review. That's a good way of getting your review rejected. But, yeah, use the seller review. Use discretion, of course. Don't be an asshole. There's plenty of Karens out there who are assholes. But use discretion, and that's basically my last resort. Like, if you really piss me off, you're getting a 1-star here. Like, don't be a dick, and you're fine. But now, what'll happen sometimes? You will go to a product. Oh, really? That's interesting. Maybe that's a UK thing? So, what'll happen is you'll come here, and here's this puzzle. Okay? By the way, beautiful. I'll talk about that in a second. Michelle and I are starting a YouTube channel. So I hope I can get 1,000 of you to subscribe to it. Michelle and I are going to start she loves jigsaw puzzles. And I found out that I can get jigsaw puzzles from Vince. So I ordered 35 jigsaw puzzles. So you should see her eyes when we opened all these boxes of jigsaw puzzles. I'm trying to, we need to make more money. We're not making enough money. So we need to find other avenues of making money. But I also want to involve Michelle. So I told her, I was like, you got to earn your keep. You're living in my house rent-free. You got to earn your keep. And she looked at me like, and I was like, so you're going to help me build jigsaw puzzles for a YouTube channel? And she's like, it was funny as hell. I love fucking with her. So we're going to do a YouTube channel where we talk about the puzzle, take pictures of it, videos, stuff like that, and then also do a time-lapse video of the entire puzzle being built. So I got these little time-lapse cameras, put them above the table, and so, we'll start off talking about the puzzle, how nice it is, packaging, how the pieces are, the picture, then you'll have a time-lapse of the whole build, and then you'll have a final, what we think of the puzzle, affiliate link down below, where to buy the puzzle, etc., etc. So we're going to try to make a channel for that. OnlyFans! There you go! But, So we're going to do that. So that kitchen table is going to be filled with puzzles pretty soon. And so once I have that ready, I'll give you guys a link. And hopefully we can propagate it and get 1,000 people to subscribe to it. And because then I can monetize it, once I have the 4,000 watch minutes. But anyway, you come to a listing and it's a puzzle, okay? And you come down here and you want to see the reviews. This is not an example of this. Boy, I hope this isn't bad because I really like the picture. These are all German. And you come down here and it's a bunch of reviews for a fucking flashlight. Like you come down here and it's a bunch of reviews for this. But you bought this. What the hell's going on? Well, I'll tell you what's going on. And this is fucking Amazon's fault. Because Amazon can fix this instantly. And they choose not to. And I don't know why. There has to be a reason why. Because this is an Amazon created problem. What they'll do is they'll create a generic listing for something stupid and simple that's just going to get a whole bunch of great reviews because it's a simple product that can't really be bad. A little flashlight, okay? Oh no, we're going to do one puzzle at a time. And I just don't know if we should do one per week or one every 2 weeks. I don't know how long it takes to make a puzzle. We're going to find out. So we'll find out when we do the first one. So they create a listing for some cheap Chinese flashlight that's going to get a bunch of 5-star reviews, and then they change the listing to the more expensive thing. And now the more expensive thing already has a bunch of reviews. And they use it to basically jumpstart the product to a higher place in the algorithm because that product already has reviews, but it's not the same goddamn product. None of those reviews have anything to do with that product. That is an Amazon problem, and I don't know why they're doing that. I have no clue why they would do that. It's stupid. Yeah, I'll show you. So these are all the puzzles we got. This one I love. This looks gorgeous. And some of these are really nice. They have this one's it's a pretty one. I love this deer one. I think it's gorgeous. Brooklyn Bridge. This one is Sunset in Venice. Scarface movie poster. This one's pretty cool. This candy one's pretty cool. But I got all those. I got all those. I got all those. And I got those. There we go, those. This is cool. This one's actually in the shape of the Heinz ketchup bottle. And this one here is just Heinz ketchup red. The whole puzzle is just Heinz ketchup red. That's going to be fun. That one looks gorgeous. I love that. That one looks cool. I'm hoping this is higher resolution than the picture box. Well, no, I didn't have to pay for them. I got them from Vince. I cannot use the name. If you know the name, do not type the name in comments. I'm not supposed to talk about this. So I'm using code words, okay? I get these from Vince. They are supplied to me free for the purpose of review, so I don't have to pay for them. This one actually is these are cool. I got a few of these. It's actually made of plywood. The puzzle is made of wood. That's really cool. Should last a long time. But that daisy one looks really pretty. I thought Michelle would love that. I thought it was pretty cool. And this is the latest one I got. I just thought that was so pretty. I was like, I have to have that one. And that's a wooden one as well. Nice. Very cool. So very nicely packaged. They come in a little, mesh bag, and all the pieces are made of wood. Really, really nice. Not all of them. Some of them are just paper. That's a wooden one. That's just a paper one. Oh, that's wooden too. That's a wooden one as well. Nice. That one's wooden too. And that one's just paper. Yeah, we have like 35, 36 of them I ordered or something like that. Yeah, I kind of went nuts. You don't. As far as we can tell, it's completely random. It's totally completely random. Just watch out for your taxes. If you're not making an income on this and you can't write off these products, you have to pay taxes on them. It counts as income. So that $779, thing I got, 20% of that would be tax if I couldn't write that off. So there's a lot of people who have to restrict what they get because I'm going to get a $94,000 1099 from Amazon at the end of the year for all the stuff I got this year. A large part of that's these TVs. But there's $7,000 in TVs. But I got lucky. Got very, very lucky. But if I couldn't write it off, I would have to pay tax on this. And that would count as if Amazon paid you $780 in cash. So you would have to pay income tax on $780. Well, because it's not free, I have to pay for them. Okay? They extend me credit. You say, what credit? I got a 1099 for $94,000. So as far as Amazon's concerned, they paid me. Well, I am a business. I don't go to a 9-to-5 job for minimum wage somewhere. This is how I make my income. So anything I get for the purpose of review is a write-off for me because my primary source of income is my review income. Meaning if I did not have this business, I would not have any of this. So this is all for the business. The CPA, my accountant, explained it all to me in terms I don't quite understand, but basically it's gross receipts. It has to do with the way Amazon counts it. Because they're issuing me a 1099, as far as the government's concerned, Amazon paid me that cash. Well, where'd the cash go? Well, it went here. So because of the way they're doing it, I basically receive cash in non-existent money, and I then spend that non-existent money to buy the product. So I'm using the 1099 income that they are registering with me to buy these products, which makes them a valid write-off because I'm in the business of writing reviews. And it's not hobby income because I actually make a living. That's how I pay for this house. That's how I pay for my utilities. That's how we buy our food from the money we make doing this. I mean, that $20 Colin sent me, I'll spend that at Smith's tomorrow to buy groceries. And I have a registered C or S corporation. I have a registered name, Nerisse Incorporated. So I'm all legit. I have my taxes. I fill out a Schedule C. Right now, just on Amazon. But I am starting. If you look on my Nerisse.com page, I do have a gadgets and reviews page. I'm trying to decide, should I make a separate channel just for the should I make a separate YouTube channel just for these reviews, or should I just make additional videos for Life of Nerisse? Would that hurt or help? Might help, because right now Life of Nerisse doesn't make me anything because I'm below 1,000 subscribers. But what I could do is I could do 2 videos a week for Life of Nerisse. Well, maybe every other week. Exactly. I only need another 226 subscribers to monetize that. So what I might do is do an every other week kind of thing. So, 1 week will be, the clips of the cats and the food deals and the projects around the house. Because I'm about to start doing more projects around the house, so I should have more content for that soon. So, for example, I just installed Michelle's cabinets, so I got like 3 minutes of video for that. I can actually show you that. I actually bought these cabinets a year ago, and never got around to actually building them. Sounds good. Let me know. I work from home, so I'm pretty much always home as long as I have enough notice in advance. I'm trying to sell all the wood pellets that I don't need now. Oh, jeez. It's got to kind of be legitimate because I have to have the. Oh, here we go. Somebody sent me an STL file. I'm going to download that on the PC since I can't really view that on the phone. That's from Rick. Asuna Yuki. Ooh, that sounds interesting. Actually, let me go download that now. So what I could do is I might be able to do a rotation of 3 videos on Life of Reese. One video for house projects, one video for gadget reviews, and one video for the puzzles. So every 3 weeks you'd get, homestead stuff, puzzle stuff, gadget stuff, homestead stuff, puzzle stuff, gadget stuff. Maybe that would work. I don't know. Might be mixing content too much. Well, because the problem is it might turn off some followers. Like, for example, why I need to try to avoid talking about politics on this channel, because that turns people off. People have left because they don't want to hear the fucking politics. If you want to see the pictures, I have some video and time-lapse pictures on my Trust and Thrust channel. So if you go to Nerisse.com and click on Trust and Thrust, you'll see my rocketry pictures and stuff from that event. I don't know if I added all the videos because I did shoot some videos. I'll have to check and see if I actually uploaded all the videos. But all the other content from that event will be on that site. So I got Michelle's end of the house is, think of it like this. So here's the hallway, and here's the door to the 3rd bedroom, and then here's Michelle's door, and then here's the bathroom door, and then you have this little bit of wall space left over. That is the rest of the bathroom to the outside wall of the house. Well, the one thing Michelle needs is storage space. She doesn't have any storage space. So I got these cabinets that fit perfectly in that space. Yeah, the Kia handled great. On the open highway like that, I was getting 36 miles per gallon, which is awesome. Even here, going back and forth to Albuquerque, I got 31 miles per gallon, which is incredible. I was coming up the mountain from Albuquerque, doing 70 miles an hour up the mountain at 30.5 miles per gallon, and my fuel economy was going up. I was like, really? That's incredible. Oh man, this absolutely cherry, both in color and condition. No. The Kia is not an electric car. The Kia is for when I have to go further than the Nissan Leaf can go. It's absolutely cherry 1965 Mustang. Look at that. If you can see it, there it is. Oh my god, it was so gorgeous. In fact, let me upload that so I can make that full screen for you. You see all kinds of just amazing cars like this around here. Just because nothing rusts out here. There's no corrosion. So you see cars like this just all the time. You'll see cars like that pop up. So I got these cabinets for Michelle for her end of the house, and I realized that if I left the feet off of the second one, I could stack them. So that's 2 cabinets, and I just stacked them on top of each other. Well, when I put them in her hallway, they fit perfectly right next to her bathroom door, just like that. And because that one end is curved, it doesn't interfere with your ability to get into the bathroom. It does not constrict the space. This is otherwise wasted space. And I found out I could fit a third one. So I'm going to get a third one. It's going to take me a while because these are $82 each. I didn't get these from Vince. I paid for these. But she desperately needs storage space. So I'm going to get a third one to put on top of this for two reasons. One, it'll fit. So she'll have that much more storage space because they're not very deep. So all her shampoo and conditioner and all that stuff can go in there. And then she has those end shelves to put decorative stuff. Stuff that can't be broken by the cats. Then I'm going to move them away from the wall. Right now, they're actually screwed into the wall so they can't fall over. They are. They actually came designed that way. I tossed it over here. But they actually came with wall anchors and two holes in the back of them so you could screw them into the wall so they can't fall over. Well, I'm actually going to be modifying them. I'm going to move them 3 inches away from the wall. And then I'm going to put a 2x4 behind them so I can still screw them into the wall. And then I'm going to put a trim piece to cover up the 3-inch gap between the units and the wall. So why? Why am I doing that? Because her medicine cabinet is garbage, and I got a real nice one from Vince. I mean, a really nice, pretty medicine cabinet, all mirrored glass and everything. The problem is it's too thick. It sticks out from the wall that far. So I guess it was made for 2x6 walls, and I only have 2x4 walls. Looks like it was made for 2x6 walls. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to punch... No, I'm going to have trim piece to fill that gap. Because it would look ugly just sitting 3 inches away from the wall. So I'm going to get, a nice painted white trim piece to fill the gap. So it'll look like it's flush against the wall. The reason for that is I'm going to punch a hole through her bathroom wall all the way through to the other side. So the hole is going to be like a window going straight through the wall. And by moving the cabinets 3 inches away from the wall, now the medicine cabinet can go through the wall, out the other side, which is where those cabinets are, and it could stick out in the hallway and then be covered up by those cabinets so you won't see it. And this way, in her bathroom, that beautiful medicine cabinet will be flush against the wall like it's supposed to be. So by moving those cabinets further away from the wall, yeah, that's right, you put your head to the wall. Hey, Johnny! By moving those cabinets away from the wall, I'll be able to allow the medicine cabinet to go all the way through the wall. And so now she's going to have this is like a $250 medicine cabinet. She's going to have a $400 Delta Trillion faucet. She's going to have a $350 heated bidet seat. She's already got a Delta shower head. She's going to have a nice bathroom. She's going to have a real nice bathroom. Eventually, I'll replace her vanity when I find one that works in that space that she has there. And my sister gets the best, period. As long as I have access to the best, I could lose access to Vince tomorrow. I could wake up tomorrow and it says, your access has been terminated. So I'm going to take advantage of it while I have it, and I'm going to give her the best of everything. Now, we should have those pictures to look at, because these pictures are... Oh, it is such a nice car. Oh, did you guys see this? I was doing a... Yeah, it'd give a TARDIS effect. That was a little Doctor Who. Like, how are you doing that? I was shooting pictures for a knife set. I got a $300 knife set, beautiful knife set. It needs upgrades. Like, I would like to see them replace that acrylic panel with a glass panel, because it's a nice knife set otherwise. And I might actually get a piece of glass for it, because I think it would be better with glass. But anyway, I was taking a picture, and it's one of my favorite pictures. It came out so damn nice. Wait until you see this. Look at that. Isn't that just a beautiful picture? So it's amazing how much of this came from Vince. This cutting board came from Vince. These knives came from Vince. This cooktop came from Vince. Like, most of my kitchen came from Vince. Isn't that beautiful? I'm going to print that out and just hang that up. That's just a beautiful picture. That's just a very pretty picture. There it is. Look at that. I don't know if it's real Damascus or simulated Damascus, but it's very pretty. And they are stupid sharp. I mean, normally when I cut tomatoes, you end up with juice all over the cutting board because the knife crushes the tomatoes a little bit when you cut through it. These knives are so sharp. No juice on the cutting board after I cut the tomatoes. Like, I did not clean up that cutting board before I took that picture. That was right after I cut them and spread them. They are so sharp, it's ridiculous. Is that gorgeous? Look at this. Look at the way that shines. And I love those wheels. Those wheels are just awesome. What a car. I asked permission to take a picture of the inside. He said no problem. This old guy, he's a very old guy. He needs a spinner for the steering wheel. But look at that. No, I don't think that's a factory color either. Definitely not a factory color. And also not a factory engine, I don't think either. Because when he starts it up, you can smell the raw fuel. All I could hear was that car whispering, let me go, 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 let me go. That car, I'm telling you, I bet you that car can scream. Because that engine sounds like it's been worked. But fully restored. I mean, just absolutely drop dead gorgeous. Oh. My mom had one of these. Not this model, but a similar body style Mustang. And got my finger stuck in the trunk. I had my hand on the end of the trunk and she closed the trunk lid, didn't realize it, and closed it on top of my fingers. Yeah, that hurt. But, oh my God, it's just... We're going to look at that right now. What a car. Just stunning. Do I have a picture of the other car I saw? No. But I gotta say, my little Soul Reaper looks pretty good too. That's a nice shot of my Soul Reaper. That's my Kia Soul. It is a salvage title. So that's a 2017? Yeah, 2017 Soul Plus with only 70,000 miles on it. And I got it for $7,800 because it had a salvage title because it was a theft recovery. So basically a new car for a fraction of the price. That's the car I drove to Colorado. Nah, those wheels look nice. I like those wheels. I know, the hamster mobile. They have like a demon hamster sticker that you can put on the side of it. It's awesome. I want to get one. Let's look at that file. So I want to see that name sounded interesting, so I'm curious. What are you doing? I hope I didn't just crash my stream. I don't see any drop frames, and OBS is still responding. Ah, Firefox crashed. So the stream should be safe. Oh, now it's letting me download it. I thought it crashed. Whew. Just gotta wait for Simplify to open. Come on, I want to see Asuna Yoki. It's because I gave OBS higher priority. No. Just open the goddamn browser program. I don't give a fuck if you have internet. Just do as you're told. Or you get bitten. I will bite you. Well, let's scale that up. And there we go. Ah, she looks kind of cool. And that looks very printable. You'll need a lot of support. Yeah, we'll print that. What the heck? And it's not a very high res model. Oh, that would be amazing. Yeah, it's not a super high res model, but we'll print that. This is the kind of model where you you might have a hole right there. Yeah, something wrong with the mesh right there. I'm starting to learn from models like this, you basically let it automatically add a whole ton of light support, and then you add a couple of medium supports here and there to make sure it actually holds. Because sometimes light supports will tear when the FEP is pulled. Ooh, the feet got an issue too. Ah, the foot's coming through the shoe. Someone did a little sloppy job putting this together. Oh, there is a hole. Look at that. Yeah, this has mesh issues. There's problems with the mesh on this. So you'll have to run this through a fix utility or something to try to correct that. Yeah, that's a hole straight through the mesh. So that's a non-manifold mesh. That's why you're getting... See? There's the build plate. There's the background. See? You have holes in the mesh. But it's not on the other side. But I bet you it's where that messed up part is. Yep, right there. See? Yeah. That mesh is all broken. Let's see. Is there... Let's see if anything we do makes that go away. No, I haven't. Okay, so nothing I do gets rid of that. This is a protrusion. This is one mesh protruding through another, like her foot down here. The way her foot comes through, that's what that is. But this is actually a break in the mesh. This is a part of the model, not that one. Yeah, that one. That is part of the model is broken. That's why you have a hole. There you go, battle damage. Well, the problem is you have to make sure it's not going to freak your slicer out. So you got to clean it up enough not to flip out the slicer. Pretty cool model, though. Although she looks like a bug-eyed alien because they didn't put no pupils in there. If anybody can find a I'm looking for legitimately acquired, so you know I need to put this on my channel, so it can't be a pirated file, but at least not without author permission. I'm looking for, you know, a figurine or something very nice, very pretty, with ridiculous, intricate details. Like, I want ridiculous detail because I want to do a full 220 millimeter print on the Seedmaker at 0.04 millimeter. It's gonna be like a day and a half print, you know, almost 2-day print. But I want to do a crazy high res print. Problem is, none of the models I have are sufficiently detailed to warrant that kind of time. Meaning the printer exceeds the detail of the model. Like these are low resolution models relative to what this printer can do. These are low resolution models. Hang on. Joker bust. So by Boris, or by Bermit Designs, or by Yegidamon, J. Heckle. See, that's not high detail. Yeah, see, this isn't high detail. U25. Yeah, see, this isn't what I would call high detail. When I say it's high detail for a face, but it's not high detail for a 4K 9-inch screen. I mean, with lots of intricacies and fineness of detail. Like the reason we printed the Eiffel Tower is because it has all those little legs that show the tiny little things that a resin printer can do. You know, but my FDM printer can do this. I'm looking for something that you're never doing on a FDM printer, that you're only going to be able to do it on a resin printer, but not just you know, having a lot of little tiny things. Like the printer can't do it because they're small. I want something organic, a person, a character, something more organic that's just very pretty to look at. Like lace has a lot of detail. Somebody did I wonder if that's available. I wonder if I can just search for it. Lace. Skull. Will that come up? No. That castle's not a high detail model. It's an intricate model. It's got lots of features, but it's not a high detail model. Yeah, see, that's got intricacy, but it's not high detail. It's not organic high detail. I just don't know. That doesn't work. Yeah, the searches like that don't work on Thingiverse. You got to use Google. Let's try that. High detail. But I also don't want to waste my time printing a gazillion goddamn pounds of support either. See, like that could be high detail. I don't want to print a lizard, but you know, that would have a lot of high detail potentially. I'd have to actually look at the model. That's not as high detail as I thought. It's a high detail model, but it's not high resolution. See something like this. Oh, now that looks pretty good. How high detail is it? Now you see that's pretty slick. Let's see what that looks like. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. This is high detail, but not super high resolution. But this might be high resolution enough. Let's see. I would be printing it at 220 millimeters. So I'd be printing it that big. Might have to print smaller. Now that's not too bad. But you see how it's not high resolution? It's high detail, but it's not high resolution. See how you have all these low resolution triangles here? You're going to see all that on this resin printer. And I don't want to see that. I want that to be all clean. So I'm looking for something on the order of this, something like this, that's high detail and organic and pretty, something that you look at and go, oh, that's nice. But I also want it to be high resolution so that I can take advantage of the resolution capabilities of this printer. And that's what I'm having trouble finding. You know, I find high resolution models, but they're simple. And then I find high detail models, but they're not high resolution. Yeah, you know something? The Albert Einstein bust is both high detail and high resolution. It's not quite what I want, but it is a good example, so I'll probably print him. You know, all the wrinkles on his face. Nah, it's not, everybody printed the Zombie Hunter. Now, I get it to a point. These models are made to print at miniature size. So they probably are high detail for the scale they're designed to print at. This looks like the same resolution as the other one. Maybe it looks a little low detail. Okay. Let's grab it and see what it looks like. Oh. Explorer just crashed. Screw you, Explorer. Yeah, see? This one's low detail and low resolution. It doesn't have much detail and it doesn't have much resolution. And I get it why. I mean, most modelers aren't going to print stupidly high resolution models if they don't have to. What if I do a search for high resolution? Done. Facebook. Come on. Sometime today. Dickosaurus with hands. Oh, Jesus. Is this going to crash me again? No, it's not. Is this PG? And Explorer crashed again? What the fuck? Why does Explorer keep crashing? That's not super PG. He's got ball. Yeah, he's got balls. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to print him, but he's not high res and he's not high detail. I'll definitely have to print him though. Let's see. How about high resolution? High quality and high res. No results found. Yeah, the problem is I'm a YouTube personality, so the models I get have to be legitimately acquired. I can't use a model that might be pirating. Groot's too natural, but yeah, he should be a high detail model. Yeah, none of these are any good. Who's that? Groot, 2 O's. See, that doesn't look high resolution. What the hell is going on with it? Keeps crashing. Oh, I don't care about trademark. Yeah, see, this is high detail, but not high resolution. So details are there, but you can see it's all pixelated, polygonized. So it's as an FDM print, this would look amazing, but for a high res resin print, this would be not impressive. Mythic mugs. No, I don't want to print a mug, but I'll look them up. Mythic mug. Eh. It's not that high detail. It looks high res, but not high detail. What are the differences? Threads. Threads that sound like high detail, so let's grab that. No, I don't think so. Where's the lion? There's the lion. See, this is a high resolution, but it's not high detail. Have you seen La Llorona? What's La Llorona? La Llorona is this character. What Alita do they have? Because that's a new movie, so it might be high resolution. Alita Thingiverse. Weeping Angels are low res. Nope. That's a Funkyo Pop. That might be cool. But I think it's a bunch of separate parts. Yeah, this is a bunch of separate parts that you assemble. Which I could do, and it would allow me to make it much larger. Maybe I will do that. Because see, that's high res and high detail. Although her character is not super high detail. Well, yeah, I am cheap because I don't have any goddamn money. And that's also why I won't use their goddamn models by downloading them illegally. Because I respect them enough not to do that. I'll grab that for later. And yeah, you know something? I could just sign up for Chelsea or a couple of those other guys. You know, sign up for $20, download all their models, and then next month not be a patron to them again. But to me, that's scummy. Okay? The whole point of them releasing their models is that you're supposed to be a regular supporter. So I also won't do that because I consider that scummy. I know, but having separate files would allow me to make it larger. I can do that in Simplify 3D too. So what is this? Color 3D JP. I paid for Simplify 3D. I fucking paid $150 for it. What the fuck you talking about? Oh, wow. There's some models. God damn it. $326, 2016. You can call whatever the fuck you please. I've had my license for Simplified 3D for 6 years. 5 years. And to me, the whole point of Patreon is not to sign up for 1 month, slurp down all their models, and leave. The whole point of Patreon is to be a patron. I can't afford to be a patron. Therefore, morally, I can't afford their models. And I won't go the sleazy route. So, what else do you want to call bullshit? Let's see what kind of resolution this is. Sure. Okay. It's a nice model, but it doesn't really showcase. It's low resolution. Yeah, so let's say I want to sign up for there for a year. Okay? That's $96. I don't have it. I would consider a year to not be a leech. All right, so if I signed up for a year, I would be morally okay with downloading your models and not consider myself a leech. I don't got $96. But Chelsea, and there's one more. Who's the other guy? He posts to Twitter all the time. But those two would be the first two I would sign up for if I had the money. Because they just make some amazing models. Oh, absolutely. Oh, they're dream teams. They're the stuff. Remember that big giant what was the giant robot? The big robot that the kid connected with. I can't remember it. The big robot that saves the town from the bomb. Iron Giant, yeah. And then she made a big her and her boyfriend or husband or whatever made a big Iron Giant model that's just breathtaking. Just absolutely breathtaking. I mean, they make good stuff. Yeah, I agree. The Iron Giant is a $100 model as far as I'm concerned. The Iron Giant is, I mean, that's just. Let's see. Chaos. Iron Giant. Go on YouTube and search for Chaos Cortec. Chaos Cortec is their channel, and it is. Here we go. This is just. Maybe I'll print that because that's available.
Hey guys, welcome back to Chaos Cortec. My name's Garrett.
But the lengths he goes to finish this model are just breathtaking. I'm trying to find some pictures. I mean, look at that. And it was big. He made this big. He brought it to Murph. But for me, I have to pay an amount worthy of the models they have. And for example, for Chaos, I would consider $8 a month to almost be a ripoff. I mean, it's just it's not enough. The work that they look at this model, and they made this freely available. You can get this for free. Here, I'll get the link for you. It was right below this one. Here it is. I mean, and they made this freely available. They are amazing people. I wish they would sell their models because I can save up for it and justify paying for a model, and then I know I'm not leeching. But I understand why they can't do that because trademark, copyright, there's other things that are at issue here where they can't sell them. So they have a Patreon, you join their membership, and then they make it available for free to their patrons. So I understand why they do that. Maybe I'll just do that. Print this one because I love their models. But Chaos Cortec, they make some absolutely amazing stuff. If you can afford to be one of their patrons and you like paying for downloaded models, trust me, you won't regret joining them. And watch their videos. They do hyperlapse videos of their process in Fusion 360. Like that video that you were just seeing a second ago, that was him showing the whole process in Fusion 360 as they made this model. And it's just mind-blowing the work they do. I mean, if I had this much of Chelsea's skills, the things I could do, just incredible. Oh, wow, they have an Optimus Prime. Hello, Jeff. We're going to grab Optimus Prime. This bus is multi-part, so you can make a really high-resolution copy of this. Actually, that's a pretty nice resin project, too. That's really well suited for resin. Yeah, I saw that Mega Man, and he's got a whole bunch of nice ones. Oh, there's a Wally. There's a whole group on the internet of people who make working Wallies, like motorized treads and everything. There's a whole group on the internet who does that. That looks pretty low res, though. Oh, that might just be that printout. But yeah, I would just feel sleazy, you know, paying for a cheap tier just to gain access to some of their models. That would feel sleazy, and maybe it's dumb, but I have a moral obligation to not be sleazy, in this regard. I call it a lead by example. There we go. But yeah. What are you gonna do? Stop being a lazy shit. Work harder. Make more money. That's what I gotta do. So, matter of fact, we're about to go outside and do more cleanup out front. I'm bartering with somebody to help me with the cleanup because it's just too much for one person. It's just too much. So I got somebody who's willing to barter with me to help with the cleanup out front. So we're getting that cleaned out. I've almost got the third bedroom cleaned up so I can start putting shelving up. I've got 5 more of these shelving units. So I'm going to line the entire wall with shelving units and get all this food out of my living room. And all the freezers and all the food is going to go in the third bedroom. Oh, I do need to print off a Sword of Omens, but that has to be FDM. Because I want a big one. I want to hold that. Sword of Omens rocks. I want to put lights inside the part, so when you're doing the give me sight beyond sight, it actually lights up. I love Thundercats. Thundercats are awesome. They're so cliche and cheeky, but they're so awesome. Well, see, there's the other thing too, is that it's not just stealing. I mean, technically, if you pay $20 or $8 or whatever and download all their models. And then as long as you pay for that 1 month and then you cancel your Patreon the next month, you did not do anything wrong. I mean, that's what they offered. You took advantage of it and you downloaded it. But again, maybe this is dumb, but I have to go to sleep at night. I have to live with my decisions. Even if they sound silly, even if they sound dumb, maybe they are silly, maybe they are dumb, but it gives me peace that I believe rules like offers have a spirit. And the spirit of that kind of thing is not even morally wrong. It's morally questionable, I think, to my moral compass. I believe there are some moralities that are universal. They apply no matter what religion, no matter what upbringing, no matter what species, no matter what planet or galaxy you're from. There are certain things that are right and wrong. Stealing is wrong. Killing is wrong. Harming people is wrong. Things like that. Commandment kind of stuff. But there are other things that are situationally dependent. All right? If you're on the Ferengi homeworld, there's nothing morally wrong with paying for 1 month and taking everything they have. There's nothing even morally questionable about that. But here on this planet, with this person and this upbringing, the way I was raised, the intent of them offering their models on Patreon is for you to be a patron. Not a one-time, 1 month patron, but for you to be a continuing patron for as long as you're able to. That's the point. And sometimes I think these artists undersell themselves. And then you have to remember, my moral compass changes depending on whether I'm building something for me or whether I'm building something for this channel. Okay? Because even though I don't make a lot of money, mostly my fault, I fucked it up. Hopefully I can fix it. But I'm also profiting from their models. I'm going to be showing their models off on my YouTube channel. Now that's going to help them too, because some of you might become their patrons as a result of me showing off their models. But I'm also profiting from it. And to me, that changes the moral threshold for what is right and wrong. It raises the bar. All right? So me just printing out a bunch of models to stick on the shelf that you guys are never going to see, sure, sign up for a month, download everything, print it out. But now that I'm actually going to be using these models and profiting myself from them by displaying them on this channel, to me that raises the bar. And I believe I should pay a fair price for that. And for me, maybe this is arbitrary, okay? A year at a decent tier level. To me, that would be justifiable. And right now, I can't... In fact... you guys can watch some of my past videos with 3D Printing Nerd and Chelsea and other people and Maker's Muse, where I told them to stop being each other's patrons. Stop it. Okay? Now 3D Printing Nerd's a little different. He's making some serious money. He can afford to be an angel investor for some of these smaller channels by being their patrons, for example. But when he was equal to them, it made no sense for Maker's Muse, 3D Printing Nerd, and Chelsea to be patrons of each other. That did not make sense. I told them, cancel all your Patreons. That is stupid. He's making a lot. He's making a living. He's paying his mortgage. He's paying his health insurance. I get 1,000 views per video, and I make $75 a month. So imagine tens of thousands of views per video. Yeah, he's making money. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know if he's making 100K, but based on where he lives, he might be. It's possible. But he's definitely making a living, that's for sure. Now, what does he consider a living? His standards might be quite a bit different from mine. I guarantee you he's making enough for me to live like a king. But he's also putting the work in. Well, he also got lucky. When he started was the good time to start. But well, I guess I really needed to drink something. By the way, this freaking Pepsi Zero Mango is out of this world. Clockspring, he's one of the guys. He's one of the guys I like. He makes a lot of good stuff. Patreon does not keep a whole lot. Patreon is they're pretty generous. They're not greedy. Is there a way for me to tell? Like, is there a way for me to tell on my Patreon how much is the cut? You know. Yeah, he's the one who helped boost my channel. It's thanks to him that I got that initial huge boost. I don't know how to tell. Well, here's an income. Earnings. I'm assuming somewhere there's going to be, you know, gross and net. Okay, so for example, okay, here we go. So for August, I my patrons were charged $251.01. $13.15 went to the credit card companies, the processing fees for the merchant account, and $12.59 went to Patreon. So I got $225 of the 251. So if we do a little crunchy crunch, what is that? 2.51? Yeah, 2.51. So 225 divided by 2.51, 89%. So I get just under 90%. So Patreon costs me 10%, which is not bad for a platform that handles all the processing fees and all that stuff. You know, they handle it all. They handle bugging you guys to pay. They handle charging your accounts every month. That's not bad. So they basically charge 10%. 5% to Patreon, 5% to the credit card companies. So that's not too horrible. Now, what I'm trying to figure out is how to more effectively monetize this. Okay? I tell people I got no money, but I have lots of resources. I mean, I just got a $780 trailer dolly is on the way to me. Okay, I could never afford to buy that, but there it is. It's on the way to me. So I got to figure out how to leverage that resource access into monetary access. I can't sell the stuff. That's outside the rules. And even if I wait the 6 months, if I do too much of that, they'll probably boot me from the program because they want to discourage people from monetizing the products directly because they're afraid that would indicate bias in the reviews. Meaning you would get something, leave a shitty review just to get it to be able to sell it. They obviously want to prevent that. And for good reason. Nobody would trust the reviewers if they were all doing that. So one thing I'm going to do is make YouTube videos. Basically just, here's 10 products from Amazon. And, here's what I like about it, what I don't like about it. It's cool. It's whatever. It's, like, for example, I love this because it's small. It's small and light. It's a little, it's not brushless. It's not a major name brand, although they do have a assortment of tools that use the same batteries. So they do have their own line of tools. But what I like about it, well, it's not a matter of, and yes, they do check up on us because they have caught people doing it and they've booted them from the program for doing it. So they do keep an eye on that kind of stuff. Wow. Yeah, I had to cancel mine. Like, I had to drop my subscription boxes. For the longest time, I had my Alien box and my Maker box, and I had to cancel them. I just don't have the money. That's okay, though. You know, we're still relatively debt-free. We have a home. I take care of Michelle. We're not hungry. We're good. I just have to work harder, you know, undo the damage that I did over the last year, you know, and, you know, get this channel back up to snuff. I should be at 10,000 views per video. I need to start making regular videos instead of just a live stream every week. You know, I have to start making my Sunday videos. I'm an Amazon addict. That towel had resin on it. No, residue. Yeah. Yeah, that's the one I used to clean the table. You know, I'm pretty sure I know what happened. I caught COVID last January, before this whole shutdown pandemic started here. One of the hot spots was Las Vegas. We, of course, had no way of knowing this, because it was January of 2020. My sister caught COVID. Actually, all three of them caught it. That's probably why we got it so bad. All three of them were breathing it on us. So the three of them caught COVID in Vegas. They were driving home from Vegas to Tennessee. They stopped here to visit. They were already sick. Sarah was really sick. Mom and Jameson were not feeling right, but they hadn't fully set in yet. So all three of them were breathing COVID all over us. How do I know it was COVID? Because I didn't get tested. Who got tested for COVID in January of 2020? Nobody. It didn't even have tests in January of 2020, as far as I know. But Michelle and I got sick, real sick. I mean, really sick. Like, we're talking bad, deep flu type symptoms, just no diarrhea. Or, I'm sorry, no vomiting. We had diarrhea, but no vomiting. Thankfully, we didn't have any breathing problems. We were in bed a solid 3 weeks. I'm not kidding. It was 3 solid weeks of just horrible, horrible flu. I was chowing down Advil and Tylenol like they were candy twice a day. I would take my 2 Tylenols and my 4 Advils twice a day because it was just so nasty. And I got 2 long haul symptoms from that. One, I have a permanent cough. Never goes away. I coughed a little bit when I first got here, you know, being dry, but that went away after a few months. And I was fine. And then I caught this COVID shit, and now I have a permanent cough. So I'll just randomly have to cough. I actually found something that helps, Chloroseptic. It's like a mouth numbing, throat numbing spray. So what happens is I cough too much, which makes my throat raw, which makes me cough more, which makes my throat raw, which makes my body generate more snot, you know, phlegm, which comes up my throat. And because of my postnasal drip, instead of coming out my nose, it goes down my throat. And of course, your body won't let you swallow your own snot. It won't. Try it. Next time you suck in some snot, try swallowing it. It'll come right back up. Oh, let me check that out. Now the second problem I caught from COVID, I wasn't aware of. I didn't know I had a second problem, and when you think about it, it makes sense. When something affects your brain, how do you know? You know, the watcher is the one being affected. So, you know, when your arm gets affected, your healthy brain can look at your unhealthy arm and go, ooh, that's not right. But when you have an unhealthy brain being watched by a brain, and it's the unhealthy brain watching it, how do you recognize a problem? Hey, drone shots. So, they have something called COVID fog, brain fog. I got to a point where I couldn't do anything. I would sleep at random hours that I didn't have control of. Wow. We're ending up the stream, but we're looking at a bunch of stuff on Thingiverse and talking about COVID and Amazon and Patreon and models and, you know, moral compasses and stuff like that. No politics, though. No politics. That is pretty cool. I'm gonna download that. There's 2 of them as well. I know. It was a pure accident that I found out something was wrong. I could have gone on for years and destroyed my entire life and not known it. But something was wrong with my brain. I couldn't concentrate. I couldn't focus. You could probably see this if you watch my videos. It got to the point where I had to work hard to get up and even do the stream. It was just so bad. And I had no drive or motivation to do anything or fix anything. I should have been asking myself what's going on, but the part that would be asking myself what's going on was the part affected. So I sat in this limbo until the sleep was driving me crazy. I lost the ability to regulate my sleep. I would sleep at random hours of the day for random amounts of time. It drove me fucking mad. And again, the brain fog is probably the reason I didn't think of this sooner. I wanted to not see a doctor because I didn't want to either get sick from seeing the doctor or bring a sickness to the doctor's office. So I said, okay, 2 weeks after I get vaccinated, I'll make an appointment with the doctor and find out what the hell's going on with my sleep. Because I assumed my sleep pattern was what was fucking with me. I'm talking like I'd be sitting here in this chair watching a YouTube video, and I can't even watch the video because I just can't concentrate long enough to even pay attention to the video. Like, I can't even veg out watching Netflix because I can't keep my brain focused enough to even watch a video. And I would start falling asleep in this chair. I'm trying to get some work done, and I keep falling asleep in this chair, and I can't stay awake. I'd go hit the bed. I'd say, okay, fuck it. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I can't stay awake, so I'm just going to go to bed. And I'll wake up when I wake up. I go into that room right there, 25 feet away. I crawl into bed, and I'm up for 6 fucking hours. I sit there in bed, can't go to sleep. I come back out here, sit in this chair, and I start getting tired again. I can't stay awake. It's annoying. So, I call the doctor up and says, yeah, I can't regulate my sleep. I'm having a real big problem with sleep. I think it's, maybe it's COVID related. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I caught COVID last January. I have this permanent cough I can't get rid of. So, I never saw the doctor. That's right. I never saw the doctor. We did everything over the phone. I could have called the doctor a fucking year ago and done this all over the phone. But because my brain wasn't working fucking properly, that never dawned on me. So the doctor, I think the doctor kind of sort of fixed my brain. I think I still have an issue, but it's clear enough now that I can recognize that I have an issue. And we fixed it by accident. So the doctor gave me 2 medications. He gave me this Flonase spray for my nose, which I had to stop using because it did successfully clear my nose. It worked great, but it made the fucking phlegm problem 10 times worse. Because now, instead of going to my nose where I could blow it out, it just went right to my throat. And I was choking on it. Well, I still can't believe I only have an A1C of 6.1. I mean, call it, I'm winning the genetic lottery. So, the second medicine he gave me, though, was called trazodone. It was supposed to help with the sleep. It hasn't helped much with the sleep. I've had to physically force myself to fix the sleep problem, and I've kind of fixed it. Basically, I go to bed at a particular time, and I turn everything off, and I just sit there until I sleep. If I wake up early, I just lay there in bed until the appropriate time. And I just keep doing that, and eventually I started being able to regulate my sleep a little bit. It's better. It's a lot better. But the trazodone had a side effect. I made sure it's not a narcotic, so it's not any of that kind of stuff, because I have 2 brothers who are drug users, so I have to assume that I'm genetically predisposed to that kind of stuff. But he said, nope, it's not habit forming, it's not a narcotic, it's perfectly safe. A side effect of the trazodone is my brain cleared. I realized, what the fuck have I done for the last year? I've just vegged away and rotted away for the last year. Don't tell me it's COVID from staying home, because I stay home anyway. I work from home, so that wasn't it. But the trazodone seems to have cleared the brain fog a little bit, because I can think more clearly. I can concentrate more. I'm actually getting shit done. With the exception of this spot right here, which I have a pile of stuff here I'm working on, this whole house is clean. My kitchen's clean, my bedroom's clean, my bathroom's clean, the hallway's clean. Michelle's room needs to be worked on. She was doing great, and then she slacked off, so I'm going to kick her ass today. Her bathroom's clean. My whole house is clean. I vacuum it regularly. It's all neat and clean, except for this spot right here. I need the problem with this spot right here is there's too much stuff, and I need a place to put the stuff. So that's what the shelving is going to help with. And what happened is the fog kept me from processing the stuff as efficiently as I should have been. And so it backed up. And actually the desk, the nice thing about this desk is it's high enough that the vacuum gets underneath it. So I have about that much space underneath the desk. So the vacuum get underneath there. Hey, if you want to come here and help me clean out, I will make sure you go home with stuff. Because I have lots of stuff. I do have lots of stuff. But now that my brain is cleared, no, the robo vacuum would get lost. As soon as it hit this part of the house, it'd be like, help me, help me. And the vacuum would just disappear. But what was it saying? Oh yeah, when my brother flew out, I told him to bring an empty suitcase. I was like, make sure he's like, you got to bring 2. He's like, but I only need 1. I was like, I'm sending you back with a full second one. He's like, oh. My buddy David visited. I haven't seen him in 25 years. So it was awesome to see him. That was great. He visited, and I was like, do you have an air fryer? He's like, no. I was like, you do now. Because I got 7 of them. So he got one. I was like, take one. I got too many. But as a reviewer, I pick multiple of the same kind of product. Because I've got to compare them. You know, in order to be able to properly review something like this, I have to be able to compare and contrast with other variations of that same product in order to be able to give legitimate feedback. You know, to doing this professionally at least. So I tend to order multiples of the same thing. Plus, when you don't have to pay for it, you upgrade. So I'll get one air fryer, but then a nicer air fryer would become available, so I would get that one and stop using the not as nice air fryer. Then a nicer air fryer would become available, and I'd get that one and stop using the other 2 less nicer ones. You see what I mean? Normally you couldn't do that. Normally you would just live with whatever you have. No, I haven't done any hex keys yet. I've seen hex keys pop up a couple times, but just garbage ones. You know, just the cheap Chinese sets, you know, and the rubber thing. No really nice ones have popped up yet. I did get some really slick stuff. Let me show you some of this really slick stuff I got. Oh, no wonder this thing is crying. I got a whole bunch of windows open. Come on, come on, come on. Okay. Lately, some nice stuff has popped up. Very niche stuff, but nice stuff. And again, it's the kind of things where I would never get this kind of stuff because I can't afford it. Where the hell am I going to get the money for this stuff? But when it's free, well, I definitely would not do that because they probably already track that. Guys, we're talking about companies that track enough data to know that when a hurricane comes, stock up on strawberry, not blueberry, strawberry Pop-Tarts and beer. Okay? We're talking about companies that collect enough data to be able to extract that from the data. Trust me, if you make a regular habit of doing something they don't want you to do, they're going to find out. And it won't be hard. So this is really cool. I got 3 of these, which is really nice. Hang on. I'm loading a few examples of some of the ridiculous things that I've gotten in the past couple weeks. Just like ridiculous. Like, it's like, what? How do you afford that? Well, I don't. It's free. Come on, come on, come on. Michelle will never need towels. She will never need socks. She will never need shampoo. She will never need conditioner. She will never need deodorant. She has more than she can shake a stick at for the next 10 years. So, I'll sell stuff locally in person. After the 6 months, I will follow the rules and I will only sell extras. Stuff like, 6 air fryers. I clearly don't need 6 air fryers. So 5 of them are going away. I think that's understandable. So I think I can get away with that without being a problem. But the thing is, I don't want to rock this boat. I mean, I will never, if you guys saw the sheer quantity and quality of stuff that I get, now I know why they don't want you talking about it with other people, because people get jealous. Like, they want to get spiteful with you because you get so much stuff. And they want it, and if they can't have it, neither can you. So people get nasty. People get vindictive. Weira is good. I have a set of those. Yeah, I don't want you guys posting your affiliate links on my channel, but if you want to promote your own channel, go for it. I'm totally okay with that. I had a guy wanting to post his affiliate links in my chat. I was like, dude, you can't do that. He's like, maybe. I was like, this is my store. This would be like, Walmart walking into a Target and saying, hey, come to Walmart. You can't do that. Yes, they are. They are very good. Come on. It's being a little slow because, I got so much stuff going on. How is the SS3? The Seedmaker S3? So far, so good. I think I do have a tiny bit of Z wobble. If I didn't print in clear, I probably wouldn't even see it. Like, I look at this, I can't see it. But if I look at the clear, long, skinny rockets, I can see a teeny tiny bit of Z wobble. I'm trying to figure out how to get around it. Something to adjust or tweak, because I can't feel anything loose. I can't see anything loose. I think it's shipping damage. The problem this company is going to have, and they are actively working on it. Look at who's the other guy who got this printer? He was in the stream last week. Shit, I can't remember his name. But his was pretty messed up. Well, they better not. Good luck editing an 8-hour video. Have fun with that. It was you. Well, anyway, they've already improved the shipping from his to mine, and mine survived visually intact, but I think it's still got jostled around too much in shipping. The problem is the printer is so god-awful heavy. It is such a beautifully machined heavy chunk of metal. So the problem is they need to thicken the foam packaging around the machine. Because even if the package survives shipment, the machine can beat itself up in its own packaging because it's so heavy. It's like if this bounces around inside of a box, it's no big deal. But now make this weigh 10 pounds. And now simply doing this in its own box could break it internally because it's got so much mass. So this machine is so fucking heavy that I could see it damaging itself inside of its own packaging with no external damage. And worse, you can only pin down half the machine because the other half of the machine is a vertical gantry surrounded by an acrylic cover. So you've got to hold down this entire machine, and you can only hang on to half of it. So, you know, it's like this big battery with this little gantry on top. That's the printer. But you can't grab this. So you've got to hold this whole thing steady in the packaging by just grabbing this part. So they're going to have to really work on it. The packaging. They're going to have to work on. They're going to need to use. That's good to know. We should compare notes at some point, too. They're going to need to use the black closed cell foam like Creality and Anycubic use. They're going to have it laser cut. They're going to have to make the package taller because they have to move the acrylic cover away from the printer. They have to create like a 4-inch gap so that that foam can wrap all the way around the base of that printer and lock it in place. If they do that, they'll be okay. So, actually, let me show you here. So what they need to do is the acrylic needs to stop here. Okay? So the packaging is going to have to be taller. And then the black foam is going to have to come around the printer all the way around here. This, I guess they can leave it here, but the foam has to come all the way around and wrap around this entire printer. If they don't do that, that thing is going to tear itself apart in the packaging. Just because it's so heavy. They need to make sure that that machine cannot move in its own packaging. It needs to be like bondage. It needs to be tied down and secured in the packaging, just like Creality does. Now, the biggest problem they had was that it was not enough distance between the parts and the outside of the box. That's what they need to do. They need to increase the distance, the buffer zone between the outside of the package and the first part inside the package. That buffer zone needs to be 3 or 4 inches thick, and it needs to be that high-density closed cell laser cut foam. No, they can do it just like all they have to do is just do what Creality does. Now, I understand why they don't want to do that, because if they make the package bigger, they increase the shipping costs. Bigger package, bigger shipping costs. It looks like a waterfall. Oh, you're talking about the handle. You're talking about the handle to a Swiffer mop. It's like a cleaning mop with a sprayer. Like a Swiffer, but an off-brand, so you can actually fill it with your own stuff. It's not bad. It's pretty cool. So they need to. It's going to cost them more in shipping because they're going to have to make the package longer. Because if they bring the acrylic all the way down to the printer, then they can't wrap the foam around the top of the printer, which will allow the printer to move this way. No, you are seeing the battery on the vacuum cleaner is glossy. So you are seeing the reflection of the ceiling fan rotating in the glossy surface of the vacuum cleaner. That's what you're seeing that. But you're seeing it reflected in the handle. So that's what they have to do. It's going to cost them more money because they're going to have to make new packaging. It's going to have to be custom, like Creality does. You know, with their custom cut packaging. You see how tight it is when I pull the stuff out of that packaging. That's what they need. They need BDSM on the highest level here, because if that printer moves no, I stopped the printer. It's got a fan, which I don't want going. If that printer is able to move at all in that packaging, there's a chance it'll self-destruct itself in transit, because it's so heavy. The G-forces involved of that printer moving and then stopping is very high because it's so freaking heavy. But my neck is really stiff today. But I think that's what they need to do, because the machine is built rock solid. I mean, it is just such a well-built machine that has to be it. It's got to be something getting jostled in shipping. Yeah. Without the vat, no. I've got a vat full of resin. I did take a picture for you, and I posted that picture to Twitter. Let me find that picture. It looks just like an Ellie Mars. You know, black tape around the edge. Hang on. And the shell. It's all solid aluminum. This thing is all CNC carved aluminum. This thing is built like a brick shithouse. I mean, it's really, really well built. And I like that. I like it being well built. But it's so heavy that I think is creating problems with shipping. I think all their problems are shipping related. Let's see, media. Actually, more like IBM made it. Remember those original IBM PCs that were literal solid steel tanks? It feels like that. Makes Apple seem like child's play. We're talking tank building here. Like serious, like wow. Here we go. Yeah, if you've ever messed with one of those original, IBM PCs, you know what I'm talking about. So, here we go. All right there. There you go, Astro. Probably not necessary to make it so heavy. Although I would prefer. What do you mean the screen and upside down? How do you know it's upside down? Now you got me curious. They may have sent mine out before they made a correction, or I don't know. They do seem to be responsive to correcting. They do seem responsive to that. Like later on today, they want to work with the binding, so they want me to print a rectangle. So I'm going to print a box. I was worried that they constrained the top of the ball screw, which you can't do, because then you're coupling the ball screw with the linear guide rail, which you don't want to do. You need to be uncoupled. But they said no, that the top of the lead screw is not constrained. It's able to move. So that wouldn't be the cause. So what do you mean they're putting the screen in upside down? And is that something I can correct? Is that something I should try messing with? Oh. So they have the glass facing down? Why? Does it matter? Or So while they could probably make this a whole lot lighter, I'm hoping they can solve it without it, because it's a nice piece of kit. Oh, that's a pretty good reason to want the glass up. Ooh. Now, is that something I can flip? Like, can I unpeel that and flip it, or would I damage it trying to do that? Is there a technical reason they have it that way? Like, does the UV damage less with the glass facing down, or I don't know. Like, maybe they have a reason to do it that way? And is that something I can safely flip without hurting it? They say it prints better. Okay, so they have a technical reason. Maybe we should put a glass screen protector on it. Like, maybe there's a film or protector that we could put on top of it to protect the polarizer, or... But that would make it thicker. So I should be very careful cleaning off that, since that's not glass I'm touching. Okay, so they would have to remachine the opening in order to flip it. Okay. I'll do that. If I put a screen protector down and then put the tape down, that should make the resin go outside and not go under. But is the screen protector going to mess with the polarizer? And what happens when I try to peel the screen protector off? Is that going to destroy the polarizer? Did you see Star Hopper? I printed out Star Hopper. I love it. It's got all the little pipes and everything sticking out. It's a really cool model. And I just love this launcher. This little launcher thing is just so freaking neat. Because this is the only large size resin printer I have, so I don't want to break it. Because I'm really enjoying using it. But anyway, now that my brain is clearing a little bit, I'm starting to have the drive and motivation to actually get stuff done. And but at this point now, I'm so backed up. It's too much to manage. So I'm trying to get people to help. Put up an ad, $100, help me clear out all the cardboard. If you saw how much cardboard I have out front, I have a lot of cardboard. PTFE roasting bag. That sounds like a good idea, because I can have it overlap the whole thing. And it sounds like there's no adhesive on it either. Oh, yeah, well, all of these use Chitu boards and screens. Hopefully there'll be enough backlash that we'll get some open source alternatives. Because, man, it's one thing having closed source electronics, and it's one thing having closed source software, but having the same company do both? That what did you think was going to happen? I could have told you this was going to happen. I built a furnace out back to burn the cardboard, but I'm afraid to use it because fire is a very real danger here. Like, if you go back and watch my drone video of the fire across the street from one little firecracker, It burned 3.5 acres in 30 minutes. And the fire department was out here in less than 10. And it still burned 3.5 acres. So fire danger is a very real threat here. Okay. A roasting bag. That's interesting. I didn't know they were made of PTFE. Huh. Who would have thought, huh? Oh, you did. I don't burn the cardboard. Just because I'm too afraid if any of those embers escape that furnace and start a fire. Yeah. I don't want to be that guy who burned down half the neighborhood. I don't want to be that guy. So now I'm working on getting as much done as I can. I have gotten a lot done, but there's a limit. There's a limit to what me and Michelle can do. And I mean, shit, without Michelle, I would have gotten nothing done. I mean, just her sitting there holding a trash bag and helping me bag up trash has been such a huge help. Just because it's too much for one person. It's just too much for one person. I sometimes get so many packages, I have to take a trailer to the post office. There's no place to sell it to. No place around here to sell it to. I guess because of where I live. I guess sometimes give away. There are people who are always looking for moving boxes. I might even have a reliable guy to give boxes to now. I'm starting to break them down flat since he likes them flat. And by breaking them down flat, I can store them under the carport and keep them dry. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start stacking them up until I have a nice big stack, what I think his car can hold, and I'll call him up. He's starting his own moving company, which is awesome. I like people who get their own business going and, they get out there and they work hard. So he's starting his own moving company. So he needs boxes. He's not in a position to buy boxes yet. What's the rocket called again? I'm sorry, Rick. It's called Doomsday Rocket. Let me get you a link. It's called Doomsday Rocket. Doomsday Missile Launcher Platform. Doomsday Missile Launcher Platform. Oh yeah, make my house even more flammable. That is the rocket. But you can print. This requires no support at all. Print it just like that. I printed this at 0.2 millimeters, and it looks freaking fantastic. This I printed standing up. I put drain holes down here inside, and I put a drain hole in the nose. And then I put support, just 2 prongs, 2 legs of support under each of these fin tips. And that's it. That's the only support that is required. And it prints great. That rocket will easily FDM print. The launcher would be a little more effort to FDM print. But it should print. So now that I'm getting stuff done, I just have to, it's a lot of stuff to get done. A huge backlog was created by me not doing shit. It would just the labor alone attempting to use cardboard for insulation, especially in a place where you really don't need it. It's so dry and mild here. Eventually, when I get the containers all welded together, openings cut out, all that stuff years from now, I'd like to spray foam the entire exterior. Just spray foam it. And this way I can insulate it better. Put solar panels on top of it. I figured out a way around one of my problems. That's why I moved here, Mark. I got tired of 200 days of rain. It got so bad in Pennsylvania, it was like it was raining 3 or 4 days of every single week. It was crazy, just constant rain. I was so sick of the rain, 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 rain. No, it's okay. We always go off topic. Oh, nice. Well, especially when it's icky rain, when it's humid and rain. Ugh, yuck. And but it's one of the reasons. I'm not kidding. I was trying to figure out where to move where it would be equitable but also comfortable. Like I didn't really want to move to Nevada. Too hot. Okay, I don't want to be too hot. And I know it's crazy. But and lots of rain. We're not talking a little bit of rain. You know, the thunderstorm I get here, that for 3 days straight. But so it finally, I was sitting there at the computer trying to figure out, how do I do this search? And then all of a sudden, I was like, the proverbial light bulb went pling, and I was like, map of the U.S. by rainfall into Google, and I was like, okay, I want to live on that half of the country. On a normal year, we get about 12.5 inches of rain a year. Yeah. It's amazing how green everything turned here. We for the last month and a half. Okay, the amount of rain we got has been crazy. We've gotten a crazy amount of rain here. It pisses me off so much that I don't have rain gutters to collect the thousands of gallons of water that have come off my roof. But I don't have gutters. I'm going to try printing gutters. I'm gonna try print gutters in PETG, and I'm gonna see how they hold up. And because it's gonna take me a few months to get it set up, but with the belt printer and a 1.2 millimeter nozzle and the two 10-foot roller tables inside one of the shipping containers, I should be able to print a 20-foot long piece of gutter in one piece. And then, yep, on the CR30. And then, you know, if I can at least put up one piece of gutter on the carport, just one piece of gutter just for the carport, then I can start capturing the rain, because that's 500 square feet of carport plus another. I don't care if it degrades. The only thing that happens when it degrades is you lose the color. I'm going to be printing it in white, so I don't care. I don't know if I can use ASA. Because ASA is like ABS. It's got chemicals in it. And I am concerned that I'm going to be putting drinking water through it. So I don't know if that's safe. I don't know. But we've gotten, now keep in mind the amount of rain. It would be cheaper to buy the gutter. It's definitely going to be more expensive to print it. But here's the thing. I have 700 kilograms of filament. So my cost is zero. If I didn't already have the filament, it should, well, actually, I don't know. Because it won't actually take that much filament, because I'm going to do it in vase mode. And power is not that big a deal. Not nearly as big a deal as you think. I don't know. That's a good point. Yeah, isn't Gulfstream in the water and Jetstream in the atmosphere? The electricity won't be that bad. Couple days worth of power, so that's like $5. Failure rate shouldn't be a problem. The failure rate of a 1.2 millimeter extrusion is very low. It's never going to clog, so that's not really a problem. And even if the model's slightly messed up, as long as it's usable, I don't care. Plus, I'm a 3D printing YouTube channel, so it'll make good content. Yeah, exactly. If it fails, I can just make a socket to connect them. Because, for example, that's going to take a lot of work because my skill is limited to Tinkercad, which shouldn't be that bad for what I want to do. But it doesn't have to be watertight. It's a gutter. The water's going to flow down to the end and drop into an IBC. So if 3 drops of water make it through the plastic, I don't care. But yes, it should be watertight. Literally, I'm going to be printing a U with a flat bracket to allow me to screw it into the carport. That's it. I'm going to be printing a U. I'll be printing it upside down like that on the bed. I'll probably have a lip on both ends, strictly to make sure it sticks. The lip will be there only to make sure it sticks to the print bed. I'm not even going to bother clear coating it. It will be watertight. A 1.2 millimeter wide vase mode extrusion, it will be watertight. Are you talking about the Alpha Omega bomb? Oh yeah, toxic resin. Print my rain gutters to catch my rainwater with. So are you talking about this? You talking about that Alpha Omega bomb? Okay, that has a problem being a rocket. It's actually the same problem that this has being a rocket. Okay, this can't be a rocket. This actually doesn't work as a rocket. So, wait a minute, they've flown these. How does it work? There's a difference between a guided rocket and a ballistic rocket. This rocket does not have to be stable. These fins are not for stability. The fins are for recovery, to allow it to control its descent like a parachute diver, like a skydiver. Stability is controlled by gimbaled motors at the bottom. When the rocket does this, the motors gimbal the other way and push it back. But a ballistic rocket, like a model rocket, does not have gimbal thrust. So the rocket has to be self-stabilizing. So the way that works is you have fins. When the rocket goes this way, the fins push back. When the rocket goes this way, the fins push back. Well, here's the problem. You've just removed 2 of the fins. If you try to fly one of these, or you try to fly that alpha bomb, you've removed 2 of the fins, which means you have in this context, you have 2 axes you have to keep stable, X and Y. These 2 fins keep X stable, and these 2 fins keep Y stable. But you've just removed the Y-axis fins. So now when the rocket does this, there's nothing to push back. Because these fins aren't doing anything because they're on the wrong axis. So if the rocket goes this way or this way, you're good. But if the rocket does this, there's nothing to stop it. It's just going to keep doing it. Even if the rocket's stable, CGCP-wise. So the problem with trying to fly a Starship or an Omega bomb is the rocket wants to do this and flip over. Even with no wind, you have a problem. Now, one thing you can do it's a band-aid, not a fix, but it can work for a short burn model rocket. What you can do is you can tip these fins and make the rocket spin. So now it'll do this, because now it's sharing those fins with all axes as it rotates. And that could work. Or you add clear fins here. So they're kind of invisible, but they're actually there, so you get your 2-axis stability. So that's the problem. I would bring that Omega Bomb into Tinkercad. I would duplicate those 2 fins, rotate 90 degrees, make it a 4-fin rocket like this. And then, yeah, that would fly fine. Print that son of a bitch in vase mode, and you're good. There you go. So, let me show you some of the crap I've gotten. I forgot to show you guys this, okay? So, I got this. This is actually pretty cool. To show you the kind of work I put into my reviews, I've actually disassembled this already. This here is going to get a 3-star review from me. Because they've made a lot of errors. First of all, the camera's not that bad. Pretty decent. It's got some pros. It's a headlamp with a camera built in. And it also comes with a 32 gig memory card. Although it does not come with that SanDisk card. That's clearly a SanDisk card where they've erased the SanDisk name from the red part. But this thing has several problems. 1, can I replace the batteries? Well, I actually found out. Yes, there are 2 18650 cells inside. They are soldered and wrapped, but theoretically you could replace them, so I give it a plus for that. The other problems it has is that the other major problem it has is that here is the bottom. So there is a red LED underneath, see where it says charging indicator? And then up here where it says record on off indicator light. Not only is it a tiny red LED, but it's an offset on the side tiny red LED. And the only way to see them is that it makes that orange plug glow. During the daytime, you cannot see it. So, charging indicator, no big deal. Look at it up close, make sure it's on, you're good. But the function indicator, meaning this button here, you need to see that. I have to see that blinking because that's my only indication the camera is recording. And you cannot see it during the day. Maybe at night you can. You cannot see it during the day. That is a huge flaw. That LED needs to be on the surface, obvious, and in my face where I can see it. Second problem, it charges by USB, and then they put a fucking barrel jack on it. So you put a USB charging circuit on it, and you use a proprietary barrel jack. You automatically lose a star when you pull that kind of bullshit stunt. That needs a USB-C port, or at minimum a micro USB port. Because if you're out dumpster diving somewhere and you lose your cable and you got to charge it up, well, you can't go to Walmart and get a cable. Because it doesn't use a standard USB cable. I hate when they do that. I don't know. I hope so, because that'll make life easier. It'd be nice if it recorded like 5-minute chunks, because that makes downloading, editing, and corruption a lot easier to deal with. So I like it when they record in chunks. But so that loses because it uses a hard to replace battery, but it is 18650 cells, so it is replaceable. It loses because it uses a fucking proprietary charged barrel plug instead of a standard USB port. And it loses because you can't see the fucking LEDs that tell you what it's doing. Because it doesn't have a screen. This thing's going to be sitting on your head. So you're going to have to take it off every time, cup your hand over it, and see if you can see that LED blinking to know it's recording. Also, I'm pretty sure they're lying about the stats. It says it can do 7 hours with the LED on, and it says with the LED off, the camera can record for 26 hours. I doubt that. It's got a 3600 milliamp battery, not a 4000 milliamp battery. And I question whether it's actually 3600 milliamps. It feels a little light for 3600 milliamps. Well, yeah, those are pretty big flaws. Now, it gains 1 star back because it uses 18650 cells. So it might get a 4 star. It depends on the quality of the video. So if the video is good quality and the audio is acceptable, it might get 4. Well, that's easy. You put the fucking LED through a hole in the outside of the case so I can see it. Right there. Right. That spot right there. You stick the goddamn LED right there so that I can look up and see that blinking LED and I know I'm recording. Because nothing's worse than finding something great and then you realize afterwards, shit, I wasn't recording, so I got nothing. And I sure as hell don't want to take the damn thing off every time. That kind of kills the convenience. I thought the batteries were sealed, but behind the foam pad, there is 4 screws, and you can take the panel off and you can get to the battery. You're going to have to cut the wires to change the batteries. I'd like to see them upgrade that to a 2 18650 naked cells in sockets so that the batteries are user replaceable. Because in 2 or 3 years, those batteries are going to die, and you're going to have to replace them. And I mean, this thing's not expensive. It's $47, but I wonder why this one's different. What's this one different for? Oh. Oh, it's just different color. I thought it was metal. No, it's just different color. I'd rather have all black. But I mean, it's only $50. It's not super expensive. And the lights are actually pretty decent. And operation's pretty easy. But there's some issues here. And one, the battery's not replaceable. If you sell me a product with non-replaceable batteries without a good reason, you lose a star. It's that simple. I am tired of fucking landfill fodder. I'm tired of products that have to end up in the goddamn landfill because you were too fucking cheap to make the batteries replaceable. You already make the case unscrewable, so put a fucking plug on the battery so I can replace the goddamn battery. How hard is it? And then UI. I mean, come on. Okay, sure, it's a headlamp. You can probably see the LED at night. I'm going to find out tonight. That LED is probably visible at night. It is not visible during the day. Okay? And if you're going to depend on this being a nighttime headlamp camera, you better damn make sure the f-stop on that lens is low enough to do a good job. Meaning, I'm going to look through a dumpster, and I better have good video, and I'm going to go lizard hunting, and I better have a good video. I mean, that's how you advertised it. So, but it loses because of the invisible LEDs during the day. It loses huge because of the fucking barrel plug connector for the for charging it. So I have to use that special fucking wire it comes with, even though it's a USB wire, even though it's 5 volt 2 amp like any other USB. I have to hold on to that special goddamn wire because you were too fucking cheap to put a USB port on there instead of a barrel jack. No, tired of it. You put a USB-C port on there. It cost you an extra nickel. Raise the fucking price of nickel. Okay? And then it loses half a point because the battery is not technically user replaceable, but it is possible for a DIYer to replace a battery. But if you use a special power jack, you're losing a star. End of discussion. Big ticket item, a little different. You're going to have a dedicated spot to park it. Okay? So having a proprietary, if you're using a proprietary voltage, I understand a proprietary connector. But if you give me a goddamn device that has a freaking USB plug on one end, the other end of that fucking cable better have a standard plug on it. Because I am sick and goddamn tired of special cables. Special cables where they're needed, that's different. Oh yeah, Apple gets a shit review. That's why I call them iCrap. Alright? Okay. Don't get me wrong. Something like this taking a special plug, I understand. Okay? I totally get something like this taking, a proprietary barrel plug. But even this can charge over USB-C. Okay? Even this can charge over USB-C. just a little slower. Okay? This I understand. This is a big, heavy device, but I won't buy one of these if it only charges with that special plug. Because I'm tired of, $300 boxes turning into paperweights because you can't find the fucking plug for it. Okay? I know, Apple's, fuck Apple. Okay? Special chargers for these, okay, I understand. What I would really love to see, I'm going to start talking to this company. Maybe I can get on their good side. But I would love to see a little company like this start putting USB-C ports directly on their batteries. Like, still have the dock, the proprietary dock that you can plug the battery into. I'd like to see them start putting USB-C ports right on this battery. So I can take this battery, plug it into a USB-C port and charge it up, or hell, plug it in while it's plugged into the drill. Just USB-C port, done. I want to see one of these guys do that with a nice quality tool like this and start killing these big guys with all their proprietary battery bullshit. Okay? I'm hoping to see one of them do that. And, but when you sell me a small device, ew, I got resin all over the, how did that resin get there? Oh, wow, I gotta take care of that. How the hell did resin get all the way over here? I got a big pile of resin on the table, and I don't know how it got there. Oh, it came from this box. Oh, wow. That's where that came from. If it was bi-directional, yes, that would be awesome. That would be even better if it was bi-directional. But if you include a device with a USB plug that uses USB standard 5-volt 2-amp power, and then you don't give me a USB plug on the other end, fuck you. You automatically lose a star for that because that's bullshit. I mean, put a goddamn micro USB plug on there. I prefer USB-C, but put a micro USB. Hell, even a USB Mini A would be better. Anything besides a special fucking plug I can't buy anywhere except Amazon. Yeah, you could buy these plugs, but what am I supposed to do? Buy a 5th additional plug and stockpile them for your special devices that need that goddamn plug? And then God help me if you reverse the polarity and do a negative tip instead of a positive tip? Screw that. Put a USB port on it. I hate that. Just makes me want to just, scratch eyeballs out when they do that. So, yeah, nice device. Not a bad price if the video is good. I haven't downloaded video yet. I just got it yesterday, so I haven't had a chance to play with it yet. But that's interesting. Then I got this. This. 2,000 watt pure sine wave inverter. Yeah, baby. I have like 3 of these now. I'm stockpiling them. I'm gonna start getting them up. So by the time I'm ready to go solar, I'm gonna have all the parts I need. Here we go. What's this? I think it's 24. I think it's 24 cans. Yeah, I believe it's 24 cans. 24 cans of cat food. That's expensive for cat food, but when I get it for free, I don't care. Yeah, eat the manufacturer. We'll do them next. I got these for Michelle so we can make her Switch pink. So now she has pink controllers for her Switch. I got T-posts. I couldn't believe it. I actually need T-posts. And I didn't realize they were that expensive. Oh, these buggers are expensive, but I got a pack of T-posts from Vince. Dude, you rock. Thank you, Vince. A 5-pack of Xsense dual mode smoke and carbon monoxide smoke detectors with built-in 10-year batteries. So I'm going to replace all the smoke detectors in the house again with these, so I'll have all the same smoke detectors throughout the whole house. Because I think I actually have 2 of these, the SC06. I think I got 2, so that's 7. That's enough to do the whole house. I got this. So it's a surveillance system. Comes with 4 cameras. I got the 4 extra cameras already. 2 terabyte hard drive, built-in screen. I mean, that's pretty cool. Yeah. So again, it's something I couldn't afford, but this program gives me access to. What do you need help on Etsy? Look at this. Huh. This is one of those, yeah, I'm never buying one of those unless I get it for free. This is a fully digital logging AC manifold unit. So because I do my own AC work on my cars when I can. Here's a 12-inch, floor fan, but it's battery powered. It's rechargeable. I don't think it uses a standard USB plug for charging, but I can forgive that on a big device like this. But it's got 12,000 milliamp battery built into it. That's pretty darn cool. $1,000 for a jackhammer. What am I going to do with a jackhammer? Actually, I actually need one. There's rock along our property line that prevented them from running a natural gas line to our houses. So my neighbor and I are planning in the future to eventually collect the equipment necessary to trench our own properties so that the gas company can then have no excuse not to run natural gas to our homes. So if we actually do encounter rock, that will come in handy for breaking it up. That's going to be a hell of an extension cord though, because it's 20 amp. I'm probably going to have to run it off a generator. Here I got a tabletop composting setup. Again, I would never spend money on this. I couldn't afford it, but I get it for free. Why not? So I'm going to be experimenting with a composting setup in the kitchen. And then, of course, you saw the trailer dolly. That's just crazy. I can't believe something that niche popped up with Vince. It's such a niche product. It's one of those things that you just don't ever expect to see. And, there you go. Yeah, it's more than a bucket, but there's other stuff in it and stuff like that. But still, I got it for free. And then I got 3 of these. 3 different companies made them, so I got one from each of them. They're all the same. They're all OEMing the same camera. This is a time-lapse camera that takes 12 AA batteries. This thing can take a picture once every 5 minutes, so 288 pictures a day, and it could do it for 6 months, unattended. You hit go, and you come back in 6 months and change the batteries. That's cool. I'm going to have fun with that. But, it's just that crazy kind of stuff, Here's, fishing bearings that I got. These are great for attaching parachutes to rockets, so I got a whole bunch of them for nothing. More puzzles. Lots and lots more puzzles. 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 Oh, I got Michelle this fuzzy feather pink lamp for her room. She's going to have fun with this. So yeah, she's going to have that in her bedroom. I told her, you got to make sure it's high enough that the cats can't get it, because the cats get a hold of that, they're going to tear it to pieces. They're going to shred it. What do you need help on Etsy with? 3D print done for a keyboard. 104 key V backplate. What do you mean by that? Oh, these I actually did. I wondered why these were so expensive. And I was a little miffed they didn't come with a case. But these things are much bigger than they look. These are heavy duty ratchet straps. Like, I can't use these on my little trailer. It'll bend the trailer. These would bend the trailer. So these are for attaching big stuff. So again, I scabbed them, I got a mattress topper protector for my new mattress, because I got a new $780 mattress. I got lucky. I scored that. But I don't know if I can use it or not. Michelle might be getting it, because I need a firm mattress because of how heavy I am. I don't know if it's firm enough. We're going to find out. I'm going to sleep on it tonight. By the way, whatever delivery guy delivered that mattress, there's a mark out on you. Where's my thing? I have a particular set of skills, and I'm going to use them very effectively to find you and fucking eat you for leaving that goddamn mattress down at the curb at the street instead of bringing it up to my driveway. I have a loop driveway. It would have cost you nothing to bring it up to the driveway, because if somebody would have stolen that, I'd kick your ass. And second of all, now I know why nobody stole that, because I had to drag that goddamn thing 150 feet from the curb. That sucked. If I find you, I'm going to eat you. Just want you to know that. Amazon driver, you're going to get eaten. I got, this was actually really nice. I just finished building this yesterday. This is a K-cup organizer for below your coffee maker. We have 2 of those little tiny Keurig coffee makers. And because sometimes I get a good deal on K-cups like for free, so I grab them. And what? This is a short live stream. We've only been going for 4.5 hours. I've done 10-hour live streams. But this is going to get a glowing review from me. There's a couple of things that I would improve, but look at this. Properly countersunk holes, all pre-drilled, so everything went together with hand tools with no splitting, easy to assemble. Now, I have a lot of bamboo things, because I prefer real wood, even if it's garbage, cheap bamboo wood, over particle board and MDF. So anytime I can get something made of real wood, I do it, even if it is bamboo. Most of the bamboo stuff I got, not that great. Warping a little bit, low quality. It's like, whatever. But it's better than MDF and particle board. This, however, tells me it is possible to make quality stuff out of bamboo. Those pieces are some of the nicest pieces of wood I've ever held in my life, and damn well the nicest pieces of bamboo I ever held in my life. Not a single piece is warped. Every piece is sanded smooth. Every piece is put together clean. That is one of the nicest pieces of kit I've ever seen made of bamboo, which tells me they can do it right. So now whenever I get a cheaply made piece of bamboo, it's going to get downgraded in my review, because now I know they can do good. Because this is fantastic. This is going to get a glowing review from me. And nicely made, beautiful. It's very nice. It's very simple, and it's also cheap. It's $25 or $26. Actually, you get 5% off, so it is like $23. Really freaking nice. Like, matter of fact, I gotta remember I have to add that to my household category, because that is nice enough that I want that in my household category. This is how I add stuff to my idea lists. There you go, household. Wow, that's a big coffee pot holder. But yeah, this is freaking nice. I mean, I like that. I'm glad I got that. And again, this is something I would not have gotten otherwise, and I never would have known they could make stuff this high quality, because I would not have spent $26 on it. Not because I don't think it's worth it, but because I can't afford it. I got 2 of these. I got 2 different 10x10 tents. So I'm going to attempt to put one of these between the carport and the tree in the house, so it'll be protected on 3 sides. And I'm going to tie it to the tree, bolt it to the house and the carport, and we're going to see how long it lasts. Yeah. I'll take it down in the winter. I'll take the canopy down in the wintertime, because I know that's not going to hold snow. But we're going to see if it lasts the other 3 seasons. So that'll be interesting. I got a micrometer, so that'll be fun to play with. I got this pillow, again, experimenting with stuff I normally wouldn't experiment with, because I can't afford to gamble my money. And it actually does work. It does tend to, the problem I have is the pillow sliding out from under my head, and this actually does tend to stay put. It's a little too thin. I guess a normal person probably wouldn't have a problem, but me with my big giant head and my big giant body, it's a little bit too thin. I tried to put it in a pillowcase with a pillow, but I don't have a pillow thin enough. They're all too thick with combination of the two of them. And you can't side sleep with this. I have to fold it over to side sleep, and even then it's not that good. I can't tell you the name of the program. You can look it up. You'll find it online. Just do a search for Amazon's official review program, and it'll probably pop up. But I'm not supposed to name it. It's the name of a plant. Okay? We say we got the stuff from Vince. It makes sense because if I'm announcing to everybody I'm in this program, they might try to target me for biased reviews. So it makes sense they don't want you yapping about it. I got another raised garden because I want to try to plant veggies. So I scored one of these. Again, I would never spend $100 on this, but because I got it through this, it's official. It's through Amazon. Oh, this is actually one of the nicest ones I've seen yet. It's a cordless glue gun. That's USB-C. No problem. The only problem is they defeat the point of the USB-C. You see, the whole point of having a standardized connection on these devices, the whole damn point is that if I lose the power cable, I can go to any store and buy a power cable. So this has a USB-C port, I think. This has an external charger. But like, here we go. This flashlight. It's a rechargeable flashlight. Okay? It's a stupidly bright one, by the way. Yeah. This thing is ridiculously bright. These things are wonderful. They're like $20. Worth every penny. Check out my LED flashlight section. You'll find a link to this. These are great. But anyway, it has a momentary mode. You just press and it turns on full blast. If you double tap, it turns on low, and then you can switch through modes. Brighter, brighter, and then back to dim. It's invite only. You cannot join. You cannot get on a waiting list. It's totally random. Amazon will either invite you or they won't. And then press and hold to turn back off. And if I triple tap, it turns on this side light that has multiple brightnesses. But I love the momentary mode. Just see what you need to see and you're done. So I want to shine something outside. Pop. And yeah, trust me, they'll know I just shined them. But this has a USB-C port. The original ones were micro USB, but now the new ones have a USB-C port. So if I'm out somewhere and this needs a charge, I could just go into my car and grab one of the 5 USB-C ports I have sitting in my car and just plug it in. Plug into the car, plug it into the outlet. But I could plug it into my goddamn phone. I have a little 4-inch cable. I can plug it into my phone, plug it into this, and my phone will charge this. I could plug it into a battery pack. I could plug it into a solar panel. I could plug it into anything. It's a standard USB cable. So you're saying, okay, what's the problem? This is micro USB. This is USB-C. It uses USB-C. Well, here's the problem. The USB-C port is not on the device. The USB-C port is on this dock. Now, the dock is cool. I like the dock. But you've effectively taken a standardized USB-C cable and turned it into a proprietary connection. Because now you have to have this proprietary connection on the end of the USB-C port to charge the glue gun. Because the glue gun has 2 pogo pins on the bottom that connects to the pogo pins inside the dock. So you've turned a standardized USB cable into a proprietary cable. Because now you can't plug it in by USB-C. You have to plug it into the dock. And then you can plug it in the device. So what happens if you lose or forget the dock? You're shit out of luck. So now, not only can't you get a replacement cable because there is no cable, you have to order that special dock. So what I would like to see them do is put a USB-C port on the gun as well. So now you can put it in the dock and charge it, or you can plug it in directly and charge it. The idea is to not require some special, unique thing to charge up my devices. That's the point. No special plugs. So, yay, you used USB-C. Well, the whole point of the dock was convenience. When you're using these kind of devices, you don't really want to lay this down because it's hot. So having a dock that'll also charge it up, because a glue gun is a high-powered device, so it's going to drain that battery pretty quick, even though it's a 5,000 milliamp battery. I question whether it's actually 5,000 milliamps, by the way. I don't think there's enough room in that gun for 5,000 milliamps. But you don't want to lay it down. So a dock is very convenient for a glue gun. But they didn't think of, oh, wait a minute, what if they lose the dock? Or what if I'm traveling and I don't want to take up the space of the dock and risk losing it? I want to leave the dock at home on my work table. Well, now I can't charge the glue gun. So I got to hope the battery's long enough. That's why they have the little wire stand to stand them up. But the point of this is to be more convenient. And they're right, it is more convenient. Just put a port on both. So let me charge the gun directly as well. That's all I'm saying. I got this for my brother. A real nice tool belt with suspenders. Because he does that kind of work. And for Michelle's boyfriend Anthony, I got him a real nice bicycle repair kit. For my concrete guy, I got him a rebar cutter and a rebar bender and a few other things. So he's going to do concrete work for me. I hope. But yeah, like I said, I am money poor but resource rich. So I don't have any money, but I have lots of resources. I just got to figure out how to leverage those resources in a way that benefits me. So I got to figure out a morally okay way to convert those resources into cash. What is this? A new camera? Oh yeah, I've seen that before. Yeah, I've seen them before. One of my rocket buddies, showed me that he found this. They're okay. The video quality is not that great. This one at least has a battery. A lot of them don't have a battery, and people don't realize that. But for us rocket guys, the advantage of this is you can have this on the inside of the rocket. You can't see what I'm doing. You can have this on the inside of the rocket, and then you can run this through a slit to the outside of the rocket. So you would have very little of the camera on the outside of the rocket, and that's an advantage for us rocket guys. It'd also be very easy to protect it. Just have an avionics bay, and this will be on the inside of the avionics bay, and then this will be sticking through a little hole, and you'd have a little shroud to protect it. So that is actually pretty neat for rocketry. The problem is the video quality is not usually that great. It's micro USB, so it's not USB-C, but that's okay. Micro's okay. Comes with a reader for the SD card. I wonder if it comes with an SD card. Probably not. I like that a lot of the manufacturers are starting to include SD cards. Yeah, SD card not included. So it just all depends on what kind of video quality. When I fly my rockets, it's expensive to fly them. Oh, please check Etsy. Let's switch here. I didn't realize you wanted me to actually check Etsy. I thought you were going to ask me a question. ETSY. Let's see. Sign in. Why don't you have this remembered? I remembered that. I hate when they have weird pop-up logins that don't work well with um, password managers. Okay. My 3D printer. Okay, so what do you want from me? What's your question? So you're 3D printing your own keyboard? Your own mechanical keyboard? I see here. Is that what you're trying to do? You're trying to 3D print your own keyboard? Daryl, what's your question? What are you having trouble with? Oh, Daryl. Ooh. My Captain America shield got delivered today. That must be one of the UPS packages. Ooh, that's exciting. Again, something I would love to own, but I would never buy with my own money because I'm not rich enough to buy this kind of stuff. You know, it's $52. It's a 19-inch Captain America replica. I saw that. I read your message on Etsy, but you didn't ask me a question. You showed me a bunch of pictures of some keyboard thing you're working on, but I don't know what you want. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to that. So, what is your question? What can I do to help? These are pretty slick. I was able to grab two because they had two different versions. So it's a thermos mug, for coffee and tea, but it's USB-C charged with a 14,000 milliamp battery. Holds 10 ounces, so it's good for making a tea with creamer. What the hell are you doing? Did you crash again? Nope, you didn't crash. But you have something loaded. We're just going to close you. And do it again. So this will has a heater built in, and it can heat this. It can heat the contents of this container, 10 ounces, up to T steeping temperature, 185 degrees Fahrenheit, twice on the battery. So it's got enough power to do that twice, which means I can make 2 cups of tea portably with this, which I thought was pretty cool. Again, not something I would buy because I'm not going to blow $110, 5% discount. I'm not going to blow $110 on something like that. I can't afford that. That's a lot of money. That's a sixth of my monthly income. But because I have access to this program, I was able to get it. I know you're not ignoring me. I just, I can't sit here and not talking, on the stream. We got to keep it active. And I want to help you out. I just don't know how to help you out yet. Like, what are you trying to do? Will it heat up your T-posts? No. Well, I have a fence next door, and like 5 of the posts are wood. I could use that wood somewhere else. The rest of them are T-posts. So I've been wanting to get some T-posts to take the wood out and put T-posts in. That'll make the fence look all the same. And then I could use those wood posts somewhere else. Especially considering how expensive wood is right now. Yeah, it's called Apple's Greedy. Now you see, here's a product that is, I don't know how useful this is. So I have these covers that you put on top of the food you put in the microwave. Because otherwise, some food, goes when you cook it in a microwave, and it makes a mess inside the microwave. So I'll take a colander, plastic of course, or a dedicated cover like this, and put it on top of the food. This is a real nice one, made of glass. The problem is it's heavy because it's made of glass. So the problem I'm running into is that I don't know if that's all that useful, because you already have the hassle of putting a cover over top of the food, and now you're going to be putting a heavy one on top of the food. You're going to drop this. At some point, you're going to drop this. How shatterproof is it? So while it's interesting, I'm not sure if it's that useful. I think you're better off with the plastic or silicone ones. It is stain resistant, but it's just a cover. Who cares? It's not like you're going to eat off of it. It's just covering the plate so that the food doesn't splatter. Is it wasted resources, though? Because now you have to buy a charger with its own packaging versus the charger that would be included in the same packaging as the phone? Yeah, but who cares? It's just a plastic cover that you're using in a microwave. If you want to solve that problem, get an opaque cover so you can't see it. I don't know how useful it is. It's interesting. I like it. But I don't know. I'm super excited that I got these. I got a small one and I got a big one. These pots and pans are some of the best pots and pans I've ever used in my entire life. I mean, I have a pan using the same technology. It's something called Greblon from Germany. It's like it's almost like a rock-like surface inside. It's not smooth. It is so non-stick. I can pour pancake batter into this pan, and then immediately after pouring the pancake batter, give it a jiggle, and the pancake breaks free and slides around inside. You try that with a regular pan. It's incredible, and it's lasting. I've been using that pan every day for almost 4 months now, and it does not look any different than the day I bought it, and it does not work any different than the day I bought it. It really is amazing so far. And so when I saw the chance to grab a 4-quart pot at a big 12-inch pan, I grabbed it. It makes sense from Apple's point of view, but they're also not lowering the price. Okay, where's my $50 discount on the price of the phone? Because they're going to charge you for the power adapter. So the phone's not $50 cheaper. They just raised the price $50. By not including the charger, they just raised the price $50. Even if you already have a charger, you're not getting one now. So you're paying $50 more for the phone. You know, you say, well, I don't need the charger, but you're still paying for it. They didn't lower the price. So you're still paying for the charger. You're just not getting it. And then if you do need the charger, you're paying twice. Because they didn't lower the price of the phone, which means the cost of the charger is built into the price. So you've already paid for a charger they didn't give you, and now you got to go buy it from them. So you're literally paying twice for the charger. That's what Apple's doing when they go to the bank. Oh my God. This was pretty cool. This is another one of those trinkets that I would never spend my money on because I can't afford it, but boy, do I really want it. It's $76. Oh yeah. You bet your ass I want that. Yay! Designed in America, comes in a pretty box. That's the Apple mace going up and out of your ass. Oh my God. Okay. Hang on, I'm reading Daryl's messages. I don't know, Daryl. If you can provide the file, I can probably print it. As for can I? I don't know. I would have to see it to know if it's something that's within my means. So get me the file. Oh, here's something. Looks like a picture. Okay, so you need me to print something like that. How wide is it? I can print up to 400 millimeters wide. The problem is we need to make the manufacturers do something they don't want to do. One of the primary problems that I have with all these goddamn devices lately is that every one of these is going into the landfill within 5 or 6 years. Because every one of these has a non-replaceable battery inside that you have to use brute force, violence, and special tools and heat guns to disassemble these. Oh yeah, the treadmill should print that. Oh yeah, that would actually not be that difficult. Because you can't replace the battery. I still have my original V20s because I can keep buying batteries. All these, once these batteries die, I got to risk using violence to take them apart, and it's a 50-50 shot if I'm going to destroy it doing it. I think it should be mandatory that batteries be user replaceable. They should not be able to seal a battery inside. Now, there should be exceptions. For example, something like this. Something like this. Okay? You know, things like this, I can totally understand the battery being a part of the device. It's really hard to do otherwise. So I get it. You know, it makes sense to a point. But something like this does not make sense because we already know that they can make a user replaceable battery without making it that much bigger. Yeah. So how big is it? How big is the file? Well, I would prefer it as one piece. I would prefer to print as one single piece because then you know the dimensions are right. And then I would also need some kind of method of confirming that what I printed is valid. So, like for example, if I printed a battery holder, I would want a battery to put in it to make sure it fits. So what are the dimensions of that plate? Yeah, I know it's thin on the z-axis. I'll put this on the treadmill. I got the treadmill sitting over there. I could print this on the treadmill as long as it's not more than 200 millimeters in the short dimension. I could print this on the CR30. So my email address is 3dprinting@neriste.com. You can use Daryl@neriste.com if you want. Your last name is better, so use Daryl Gross@neriste.com. And send me the STL file, preferably one piece. One big file, not split up. And I will see what I can print out. I won't even charge you for it. You pay for the shipping, and then you add on to that whatever you feel like. But we need to figure out a way for me to test it. Some way for me to validate it's usable for you. Like the dimensions are correct. Nothing. There's no feedback. Right now it's in the they did depositions and we're in that process right now. So they said this could take a while. Oh, it's got magnets. I didn't even know this had magnets. So this has got magnets on it. That's cool. Oh. Well, isn't that interesting? That's not it. Where do you see? Send me a link to all the new hex stuff. To the video. They even trademarked the name Hex Chest. Seriously? This guy has an unhealthy mental malfunction. There's something wrong in this guy's brain. He has this, this ejaculating hard-on to own the hexagonal dice box. All he had to do is shut his mouth and stay in his lane, and he would have been fine. But now that he's fucked with me, now I want to make dice boxes. I didn't want to make dice boxes before. I didn't care. To me, it's just a 3D project. Now I want to make them. I was just making one-offs for people. Somebody would say, hey, can you print me with this on it? And I would do it for them. You just do one-offs, special order kind of thing. And usually, hell, half the time I just give them away. Like my sister wanted one with no, not wormwood. It was elderwood. Elderwood. If wormwood did something, that would be great, because that would mean they're going to fight back. And that would be nice, because wormwood's a big company. But no, elderwood. These douchebags. Send me the wormwood thing, because the lawyer might want to use that. Yeah, that's actually good news then. Wormwood is good. So send me that link. Send it to my email. But like my sister wanted a Nightmare Before Christmas one, and one of my buddies, he wanted somebody I know. I don't really know him. He's just somebody online. He wanted one with the NASA logo. No, you didn't. You may have tried to, but you didn't. YouTube made it go away. Yeah, if YouTube doesn't, sometimes YouTube will ask me to approve or deny. It'll say approve or hide. But sometimes YouTube just decides, nope, you're not allowed to do that, and doesn't even give me an option. So you might see your link, but no one else does. I hate that shadow hiding bullshit. Because, I guess they do that because if the spammer thinks their link went through, they might not try so hard to get around it. While if YouTube says, nope, your message is blocked, well, now they're going to try to get around the block. So I guess I can understand why they do that, but nope, they're very smart. Even if you go www.dot blah 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 dot.com, they still catch it. They're very good at catching it. Hell, if it's unfamiliar, they block it just in case they don't know what you're doing. Yeah, YouTube is real scummy like that. It's my goddamn stream. Let my viewers post whatever I want them to post. 3D printing at Narice.com or RobbieMac at Narice.com. Wow, wow. Wow, wow. Come here, baby. You want some petting? Go play with him, Ender. Go chase him. Come here. Psst, psst. Hey. Come here, baby. I'll give you a little petting. Come here. Come on. Come on. Screw you. I was going to pet you. Come here. Come here. Come here, little weirdo. Psst, 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 psst. Psst, psst, psst. Psst, psst, psst. Dork. Nope, didn't work. I got nothing. Unless you emailed it. And I got nothing on email. Well, it looks like it posted to you. Only you. Like I said, YouTube is very, very good at that. Whatever happened to treat people the way you want to be treated? What's the matter? Did somebody treat you bad, Daryl? What happened, Daryl? Did somebody say something nasty? I didn't see anybody say anything bad. Or do you mean Elderwood? I haven't gotten it yet. Just waiting for it to arrive. Spam folder. Ugh, so slow. Ah, you're in the spam folder. We will mark that as not spam. Come on. Come on. Okay, this is also not spam. You got to remember to go into your spam folder every now and then in Google and teach it. SPC3D, hello. That is not spam. That is not spam. That is not spam. Not spam. Not spam. That might not be spam. I'll have to check it. Yeah, so every now and then you got to go into your spam folder and teach it what is and isn't spam, and so it gets smarter. Daryl, you truly lost me. I do not understand what you're saying. Unless there's a translation error going on here. You say, I don't want to say anything that's private. You say, I'm listening to live stream and I know what you're talking about. I'm not an idiot. I do not understand what you mean. I did not say anything in regards to you at all. So I think there's a confusion here. Oh, repeat your email here. You can use 3D printing Grease.com. I don't think I said anything to insinuate that you were an idiot. Send. Urine sample? What? Okay. I just want you to know I haven't said anything derogatory toward you. I don't know why you think I did. Well, Gmail sometimes gets a little aggressive. on Gmail can be a little aggressive with the spam filter. So if you look here, let's see, monitor. So when you're in Gmail, they have a spam folder, and it can be a little hyper aggressive about what it considers spam. Like if you tend to delete messages without reading them, it'll start marking them as spam. So a lot of times I get messages from a rocketry group that I'm in, but I can usually tell by the subject that whether or not I have any interest in reading it or not, and so I'll just delete it. And so you have to go in here every now and then, and you have to teach it what is and isn't spam. So like this is from New Mexico, so that's not spam. This is from Revo Point, that's not spam. Let's see. This is an official message from Amazon. Even though I auto-delete them, it's not spam. I don't want it marking them as spam. This is from the group I'm in. It's not spam. So I have to go in here and I think, oh, she's the one who did it. That's definitely not spam. See, this is from Gianna. So I got to go in here and I got to tell it, these are not spam. Don't mark them as spam. I got a few others here, like this important thing that might not be spam. Reviewing these. If he's asking me to review a printer, I'll reply. But if he wants me to do an Amazon review, it's like, nah. Creality, that's not spam. Cooperation, that could be a printer thing, or it could be a, I want you to review stuff on Amazon for me. So I'll have to come through here later and go through more of these. And make sure I'm not deleting stuff that I actually need. Because you only have 30 days and it auto empties the spam folder. I use Google Speech. I'm also reading. Oh shit! I shouldn't be showing this. That is not for public view. Okay, because your message above here says, I'm listening to the live stream and I know what you're talking about. I'm not an idiot. I thought maybe you thought I said something to you that made you mad, and I didn't. But yeah, Google dictation can be really messy sometimes. There we go. There, so now I can go through and read those messages. There it is. I want to read Johnny's message later. But there we go. But yeah, send me that file. I will try to print it. Also, give me a way of validating it. So once I print it, I need a way to validate that I actually printed something you can use. So probably the easiest way, I guess, would be the dimensions of the holes. I guess I could take a caliper to the dimension of the holes and make sure it's the right size. Because if it's slightly too big or slightly too small, it might not fit your part. And the only way you're going to know is to try it. And that can get expensive. You know, ship it. It's too big. I print a little smaller. Ship it. It's too small. I got to print a little bigger. So I need some method on my end so I can print out your part and then validate that I've printed it correctly. You know, like if I, for example, if I printed a battery holder for this, I would need, you know, a battery to see if it fits. You know, or the dimensions of the battery good enough that I can measure key points and go, okay, that's close enough, it'll fit. Are you tearing apart another box, Cat? I hear you pulling cardboard apart. Just hire a Hawaiian admin. Oh, you sent me that video link too. But I got it, so I'll look at that video later. Thank you very much, Robbie Mac, for that link. Yeah, YouTube is very aggressive about keeping people from posting links. They'll usually let me post a link, but they won't usually let you post a link. And I'm not entirely sure why. It's a bunch of BS in my opinion. Let me bring that up, actually. For spam. Oh. Nice. Let's see if you got... Wait a minute. It's a YouTube link. YouTube doesn't usually reject YouTube links. Would you stop it? God, it's being so slow. Yeah. So let me know if that works for you guys. What the hell are you trying to do? I put my drain cone up here, and I didn't realize there was a lot more resin in the drain cone than I thought. And so it filled this cardboard and started leaking out, and I didn't realize it had leaked on the table here. So there was a pool of resin. You know, you can see it's on top of it too. Ooh, yuck. Yucky, yucky, yucky. So did that work? Can you guys see that YouTube link? Ew. Resin goo. Okay, now, here's something else you can try. So, Robbie Mack, you try posting this. So, you can just post the watch part. Excuse me. Copy. Paste. Sometimes you can post just that. And then all a person has to do is copy that and put youtube.com/paste. You know, and paste that in. So, copy that and see if it'll let you post it. I'll let you know if I see it under your name. Worst case scenario, you can post just this part here. It's a little more annoying, but it's still doable. You can also try posting just that part. That's basically the YouTube ID for the video. So all you have to do is load any other YouTube video and then just post that after the watch $V equals, and then just post that. So if you post, here comes the link, send, and then post that, send, and then post, there goes the link, we should see 3 messages from you. Here comes the link, there goes the link. If we don't, we're just going to see, here comes the link, there goes the link. Yeah, the other day I had Google's dictation mess up a message so bad, I had to resend the message because it was key critical words and I was sending it to someone in China, which means they're going to be using a translator. And I was like, yeah, I need to fix that because they're not going to know what the hell I'm talking about. I swear Google voice dictation used to be a lot better. I remember when I got my first Android phone, that I was stunned at the reliability and accuracy of the voice dictation. Like, it got every single word I said. Now, it's making errors all over the place. And what's worse is I think they're using contextual correction. So I think they're trying to figure out what you said by what you said, and they're also trying to figure out what you said by context. Because I have watched dictation type out the word I actually said and then change it to some other word. It's like, I just watched you put the right word in and then you change it to something else. Are we still connected? Because I don't see anybody posting. It says there's 35 people here. DeWitt came through. Said testing. Okay. Well, someone try to post those 2 links. Try to copy that text and see if it lets you type it. Anybody, just try them. Either the watch or just the KY. Okay, so Astro Printer posted the KY, and it did not allow it, but it gave me the option to show it. So I was able to hit show, and it came up. Same thing. Okay, so it looks like it's holding for review, but it is allowing me to post them. So every one of those got held for review, but it gave me the option of allowing it to go through. Okay, so from now on, that's how you do it. It looks like YouTube is still filtering it, but it's giving me the choice. It's letting me authorize the message and post it. It's interesting that it's smart enough to recognize you're doing something fishy. Because like the watch $V equals, I get that. YouTube would recognize that as a link to a YouTube video. But the KY6U, it's interesting that it also recognizes that. Isn't that interesting? Well, it's not YouTube link. But YouTube is smart enough to recognize it. It will make a YouTube link. So every one of your messages did not post. None of you were able to post that. But it did give me the option. It said, hey, DeWitt tried to post this. Do you want to allow him to? And I was able to hit show or hide. So I hit show for all of those. But it let it go through. Remember, the other one when you tried to post, it was a silent sniper kill. It did not give me the option of show or hide. It simply... even when you put that around it, it still says held for review, and then I had to hit approve. Now, interesting, it let that go through. So would I just add a .com there? So Travis, it's not allowing that to go through. I have to hit show. But it allowed Robert to post that. So that's interesting. So I guess YouTube doesn't recognize it because it's not part of YouTube. So let's try that. On Travis, it's not allowing that. I have to hit show. It allowed DeWitt to go through. Let's go paste. So, .com/. Now, don't try splitting it or adding characters. Just leave it as that chunk because that's easy to copy paste. And you might as well do the watch $V equals because that's even easier to copy paste. All the end user has to do is copy that, and then they can just type in youtube.com/Control-V, and they can get to the address. So since it's allowing both to go through, I would post YouTube links as watch V equals and the code, which every video will have. So, a hexagonal game system from Wormwood, but you'll notice there are no 7-hex tessellations. The closest is that really slick looking box in the middle there. Very cool. Oh man, I hope Wormwood's gonna stand up and tell them to go F off. Alright, I'm gonna get going too. It's 4 o'clock. I was actually only planning on this being a 2-hour stream, just show off the prints and be done. And next week we are going to do the new, I believe it's the Bluer Pro artillery printer. I think that's what we're doing next week. I gotta find it. It's outside. But that's what we're doing next week. So yeah, I'm gonna send these guys a message, say, yeah, go get them. We have not mindled at all, Chris. Oh, minded. Oh, I didn't think you guys would mind, but it turned out we just had a lot of stuff to talk about, so it was fun. And no politics! That's great! I'm kind of sick of it anyway. I'm not going to change anybody's mind. I'm just going to have to eat them. So, screw them to a nearby wall and just, stay there. I'll chop a piece off tomorrow. Yeah, exactly. Eat them both. I'm an equal opportunity, non-discriminating cannibal. I'll eat everybody. I have an unlimited appetite. You can tell. In local news, we finally ousted Mayor Bassett, except his 2 stooges are still on the council, and because the council is for, because normally the mayor is the tiebreaker vote, because the council is for, everything is a deadlock, 2-2. We will not live long and prosper until we get rid of them. And right now we are switching to a council manager form of government, basically eliminating the mayor. You'll have a council of 5, so there's no tying issue. And the manager will be a professional person we hire and pay to manage the town. So they'll have no vested interest in, picking sides. They're just going to follow the charter and follow the law. That's the idea. They've shown throughout the country that small towns that institute this council manager form of government sees a 40% reduction in corruption. And because, now you don't have this all-powerful mayor doing whatever the hell he pleases. Well, he won't give up. So his 2 stooges in the council keep deadlocking every vote because, 2 vote against, 2 vote for. There's no majority, so nothing happens. Well, council managers, that's the whole point, though. If a council manager starts to get in bed with somebody, we just fire him. He's hired. He's not elected. So like a McDonald's employee, we can just fire them if they don't work out right. He becomes an employee of the town and can be fired when he doesn't do his job. And, well, the problem is that right now you have 2 ways to handle voting. You have at-large voting. That means the whole town votes for all 5 council members. You also have district voting, where each district votes for only their council member for their district. Now, when you have a city, like New Orleans or New York or something like that, district voting makes sense because you're so huge. But when you're a small town of 4,000 people where only 1,500 people show up to vote, district voting doesn't make sense. The reason they want district voting is because they've already gerrymandered the districts. So they've taken key people, and you'll see like this district here, and then this little piece of the district goes teet, 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 like that. And it's because they wanted to make sure that this guy here was part of that district. I don't know. Apparently this is pretty standardized how this works. So I'm assuming they've thought of that. Exactly. And if they want to continue to be hired as professional managers, they have to have a history of being fair and unbiased and proper. So by having a city, history has proven across the country it works a lot better. But now they're trying to force us into district voting so that they can keep their 2 councilors in office. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to keep a foothold in the council. So we'll see. We're probably going to have to go back to court again and sue him again to stop it. Yeah, gerrymandering. They like that. You should actually. Can I show you? It might be online. Images. It's kind of niche. It's our little town, but we have a group called Core who's been posting this stuff. Oh, I think it is online. So you can see here how they've see how this is all weirdly set up, how these parts just, how this juts out into here and this juts out into here. This is not the whole map, we're missing a whole bunch of it, but they did this on purpose because they wanted to include and exclude certain people from certain districts so they can either help them gain power or prevent them from gaining power. That's why they did this. That's why they have these little weird sections. I mean, the reason these sections are so big is because there's nobody in them. It's based on population, not area. So the 3 and 4 are very small because they're densely populated, while 1 and 2 are very big because they're loosely populated. Like, all of this shouldn't even be part of Edgewood. That's why you have this weird little finger sticking out here, because the town has been annexing areas around it and making it part of the town to make the town bigger, because they want to increase the tax base, because he wants to turn this into his own little fiefdom. But hey Daryl, but that's why they have all this little gerrymandering here, because they're trying to include certain people in certain districts and exclude certain people in other districts. And scumbags, just scumbags. What are you gonna do? Oh, here's the full map. Here's the whole map. So, like, I am, let's see, Church Street. So I'm part of District 4. But, like, here, like, why does the green stick out right here? Okay? See that? You see that? That only happens because somebody's trying to do something. Somebody's trying to include or exclude somebody. So they're trying to help someone or hurt someone by either, like, for example, maybe there's someone who lives here that they want in power, but they don't think they can win against whoever's running for District 4, so they want them to be part of District 5 where they think they can win. Or they think the person a person wants to run who lives here, and they think they can win District 4. So they're making them part of District 5 where they have an incumbent who they think they can beat them with. That's the only reason to do this. That's the only reason you have a little cutout like this right there. That's the only reason you do that. No, this is political map. So our town is going to a city manager council type government instead of a council mayor type government. So we will no longer have a city mayor. We will have a 5-person council with a city manager to regulate. And each council has, there's 5 council members from 5 districts. So they had to, it's called districting. They had to split our town up into 5 districts. Highway 40, I don't know. I don't know what these dotted lines mean. Is there a legend? There's no legend. There's definitely no railway up here, so I don't know what the dotted lines mean. I don't think it's railroad. I bet you it's counties. I bet you that's county separation. Because, like, this is Torrance County down here. but up here is Santa Fe County, and some parts of here are Sandoval County. I don't know. Oh, that's Interstate 40. Yeah, the diagonal red line is Interstate 40. I live right here on Pinon Road, so I live right off 40, which is convenient. And then you can't even see it because it's right next to 40. You have 66. Route 66 is right next to 40. But yeah, the only reason you have little cutouts like this, little cutouts like this, the only reason you do that is because you're gerrymandering. You're playing games. You're trying to manipulate the power structure, and that should be illegal, but it's not. Oh, interesting. The guy I got the boat from, his last name is Quintana, and there's a Quintana Street. That's funny. But yeah, so that's what's happening here in Edgewood. That's the weird thing. We're gonna have an election in November, and hopefully we're gonna vote every single one of them out. Just clean slate, start over. That's what I would prefer. Just clean slate the whole thing. Just nuke it from orbit. Here it comes. Okay, rebuild. That's my way of fixing it. Oh man, but yeah, the zero cherry, but the mango, absolutely delicious. I don't know what exactly they did, but whatever it is, it's right. I need another towel. Come here, so I can clean up the mess I just made. I'm good at making a mess. Oh, really? Oh, the nice thing is it tastes good, it's sugar-free, and it's cheap. Well, I guess it's cheap because we can't drink the tap water. Oh, because the gas. I tend to shake the carbonation out of it. I find most drinks are way overcarbonated. Like, way overcarbonated. Like, I'll actually take those drinks I get from Walmart and just let most of the gas out of them. Some sodas taste nasty when they go flat. Well, if you're getting rid of the carbon dioxide, aren't you getting rid of the acid? Isn't the CO2 what makes it acidic? And 90 pounds. Hell yeah, dude. 90 pounds is freaking amazing. What is in this? Carbonated water, caramel color, phosphoric acid, aspartame, natural flavor, caffeine, potassium sorbate, preservative freshener, potassium citrate, acetyl sulfame, potassium citric acid. They for some reason they made those letters bold, which actually made them harder to read. Phenylictrix? Whatever the hell that means. Sodium should be 0. 35 milligrams. Oh, I thought the CO2 was the acid. I thought the CO2 is what made it acidic. 450 to 360. That's what I'm at. I'm at 450. Good for you, dude. Another 100 pounds and you'll be there. And the citric acid as well. It's got citric acid and phosphoric acid. Gotta get married first. That's amazing, Robert. That is such amazing progress. Good for you. Here we go. We'll take out the town council with the doomsday rocket. Just need a warhead. Who's got access to a warhead? See you there, DeWitt. We're getting out of here too. The big rockets, like the real rockets being 3D printed? Yeah, I've seen that. Oh, man, that sucks, Travis. Yeah, rebounding is hard work. The trick is to, well, okay, I understand the trick. Doesn't mean I can execute it. But the trick is you can't diet. Diets don't work. Because if you're on a diet, at some point you're going to stop the diet. And then what happens? Well, if you keep doing what you did before... Yeah. Tapeworm. You ever look at DDP yoga? What's that? The trick is to change the way you eat forever. You have to change the way you eat, and then you have to stick with that for the rest of your life. If you ever go back to eating the way you were, you'll just gain the weight back, because it's such an evil system that we have in our bodies. When you can make new fat cells, but you can never get rid of fat cells. So if you have 10 fat cells and you gain weight and now you have 20 fat cells, you will always have 20 fat cells until the day you die. You can never go back to 10 fat cells. You can shrink them, but you can't remove them. And the problem is, since those extra fat cells are there now, it's easier to gain the weight back. Each time you lose weight and gain weight, it's easier to gain the weight faster and faster each time. It was just, yeah, it's a vicious thing. I tell people, a lot of people belittle this. A lot of people get pissed at this. But anybody who can sit down and use their functioning brains for just a few moments to think about it from an unbiased position, yes, Veritasium is great. They'll understand this. Food is the worst addiction on the planet. It's worse than cocaine. It's worse than heroin. It's worse than opioids. It's worse than anything. Because smoking, crack, heroin, all of that, the most effective method of breaking that addiction is abstinence. Stop taking it. Now, don't get me wrong, that's harder than it sounds. But you can abstain and you won't die. If you abstain from food, you die. So imagine you're a heroin addict, and I, as your doctor, tell you, no problem, we can fix your heroin addiction. You're never allowed to stop taking heroin. You have to keep taking heroin for the rest of your life, but you have to do it in 3 controlled doses a day. Could you imagine how that would work out? Yeah, it wouldn't. The only way you're getting off heroin is to not touch heroin. Heroin's nasty. It's you can't fix heroin by taking smaller doses of heroin. Yet somehow you have to fix food by taking smaller doses of food. And worse, food is a physical addiction and necessity, and it's a mental addiction. Now, the mental addiction's bad enough, but then you combine it with your body actually fighting you? Jesus Christ. Yeah, that'll do it too. One last hurrah, huh? Hey, I'm gonna give credit where it's due. My brother is a multiple repeat what do you call it? Relapsing heroin addict. He almost destroyed our lives multiple times. He cost my dad 2 of his cars that ruined his credit. Um, he almost cost us the house multiple times. He almost cost us the business. He almost cost me having any chance of being able to move out here. He almost ruined it because of his heroin addiction. But you know something? When we left, when we climbed into that 40-foot school bus and drove away, and he realized that short of an airplane ride, he was never going to see us ever again. He was never going to be able to sleep in that house ever again. That he now had no home. He had no backup to go to if something went wrong. And, listen to this. That realization finally set in for him, I think. I think it finally dawned on him, holy fuck, I am really alone now. And at first he blamed us, but he later came to realize he brought this on himself, that he burned his bridges, and we kept rebuilding the bridge, and he kept burning the bridge down again, and we finally said, fuck it. You burn it down, it's your bridge. And I think us moving away was the final straw that finally got through to some part of his brain, and he realized, Jesus fucking Christ, I'm really alone now. Like, there's no backup. Throughout his life, there would always be Dad there to back him up if the shit got bad. He would always have a place to live. He would always have work. And now he had none. Like, literally, if he failed, that was it. He was on the street and he'd probably be dead. Well, he's fucking doing it. He's doing it. He's been clean for a year. Almost a year. He has a steady job, like an actual job on his own, not working under someone else. An actual job. He has to pay taxes. He's about to get his first apartment. He bought a car. He pays insurance. He's paying for his phone bill. He just had his car broken into, and he had to put, $1,800 into his tools in his car to repair it and recover from the break-in, and he was able to go into his bank account and take care of it. He had the reserves to just, here, the radiator, the window, replacement drill, I'm back to work. He's doing it. Now, he's not out of the woods. He's nowhere near out of the woods. In 3 or 4 years, he might be at the edge of the woods. He does emergency contracting. D. Kogan or something like that out of New York City. They do emergency repairs. So, like, for example, Dollar Tree will call up and say, we got a roof leak. Or a Family Dollar will call up and say, we need some light bulbs changed. Or, businesses in Philly need the windows boarded up. He gets called out to do that kind of stuff. So it's like on-demand mobile emergency repair contracting servicing. Yeah, I think us moving away was the trigger. I think it was the trigger that finally snapped in his brain, and he went, oh my fucking God, I'm really alone now. There's no backup. Like, there's no safety net underneath me anymore. I'm fucked. And, well, there's 2 ways you can go. You can either fall to your death, or you can climb out of that goddamn hole. And he's not out of the hole, but he's fucking climbing. He's climbing. He's doing it. Like, he's actually, all of his fines are paid and on time. His phone is paid and on time. His insurance is paid and on time. He bought the car. He's repairing the car. He's working his own job. And within the month, he'll have his own apartment. I mean, he's fucking doing it. And that's awesome. I hope he succeeds. I really, really, really hope he succeeds. My other brother, well, he's in free fall. He's going down the hole. And, yeah, literally, an adult bomb landed on him. You're right, Pygar. You nailed it right on the nail on the head. An adult bomb landed on his head and went off. And, instead of going, and dying, he shielded his eyes and said, fuck no, I'm going to do this. But, I know, sometimes, I guess that was his rock bottom. I guess because he had that safety net of the house and the family that would always back him up, he never truly hit bottom. And so I mean, that's, I hope he does it. I really, really, really hope he does it. And my sister in Tennessee, she is chewing bubblegum, kicking ass, and taking names, and she's all out of fucking bubblegum. She's lost 80 pounds. 80 pounds while pregnant. She lost weight while pregnant. She totally changed her diet. She's lost 80 pounds. She's only 10 pounds heavier than her boyfriend now. She was 80 pounds heavier than him. And she got diabetes. Now, they don't know if she had diabetes and it was undiagnosed, or if she got pregnancy diabetes. That's actually a thing. You can get diabetes when you become pregnant, and then it goes away when you have the baby. The doctors could not believe that she required no intervention. She maintained complete control over her sugar and her dietary intake, and she had that baby. Marcellus. Let me get a picture. And I mean, she's kicking ass and taking names. Hardcore every day. Duke Nukem, fuck this shit up. I mean, it's absolutely awesome. And it makes me so freaking proud of her. I told her if Dad was alive today, he'd be so goddamn proud of her, he might have a second heart attack just for being so proud of her. I was like, she's just doing so well. Come on, Facebook. Yeah, she said, I can't believe it took a pregnancy to do it. And I was like, well, you know, having a baby is a pretty substantial event and a pretty good reason to get motivated. Now she's just got to keep it up. She's got to not stop, you know. She's got to maintain it now. God, it's so slow. Yeah, that too. But either which way, she did the mental work. You know, she, and while pregnant, her whole pregnancy, she was working 60 plus hours a week. in her state, for her particular job, working for a movie theater, there's no overtime. So you can work more than 40 hours and they don't have to pay you overtime. As a result of that, they allow employees to work whatever hours they want because they don't have to pay overtime. So if you can get the hours, you can work them. There's the new critter. God almighty, stop being so slow. And then something I noticed, let me try to find a picture. Here. Would you, for God's sake, stop doing that? I'm trying to move the mouse cursor and it's jumping. I didn't notice her dramatic progress until I saw this picture. Can anybody else tell me what they see? You might not recognize it because you don't know her. My sister is a pixie. She has a pixie face. She has that long, thin chin of a pixie face. I never noticed it because she was always chubby and fat, so you couldn't see it because it was puffed out. But now that she's losing weight, she was dead tired. This was after like a 16-hour shift. But she's got a freaking pixie face, and that's when she told me, yeah, at this time she lost 60 pounds. And I was like, you're gonna be amazing when you lose the weight. I was like, pixies always look good. Anybody who's got that pixie bone architecture, they always look good when they're thin. So when she loses weight, she's going to be amazing. And I'll have to find it for you. But her progress is motivating me. It's like now I'm pushing hardcore. I want to get rid of this fucking weight because I want to see her turn into a pixie, and I want to see that kid reach 20. But my sister, okay, what do you call that? My sister could be a MILF, okay. I'll find it. When I find it, I'll show it to you. If you saw what she looked like in high school, fucking supermodel. Too bad. Fucking supermodel. She was drop dead gorgeous. If her high school picture doesn't give you a hard on, you're not a man. Okay? She was drop dead gorgeous. And then the weight. Okay? So that gorgeous is still there. You can see the gorgeous is still there. You just got to get rid of the weight. Well, to recognize the difference, you'd have to seen it before. And when you see the before and the after, well, now you can tell the difference. Okay? So when I said you don't know her, I mean you haven't seen what she looked like before. Maybe, can I find a picture from before? I don't know if it'll let me go back that far. Photos. If I go to photos, I could probably go back far enough so you can see. Here you go. Is that her or is that a friend? Here we go. That's an older picture. See? No pixie. Can I zoom in? Yes. See, no pixie there. It's just she's got a round what was it? Shrek's wife. Fiona. She's got a Fiona face. So you compare the Fiona face with her current face. Is that it? That's not it. But you compare that Fiona face with that current face and you can see the difference right away. It's like, wow, what a transformation. I mean, it's awesome. It's really awesome. Now, we got to hope it continues, of course. But she has the mind and the willpower to do it. She has that willpower. I mean, she's a good person with a good head on her shoulders. She's got a good work ethic. She's got a good moral compass. You know. MILF talk about my sister. But, you know, it's awesome. I just... Now, my brother has a long road ahead of him because he's got medical problems and bad ones. You know, the drug use and abuse have, well, they've done their damage to his body. So I got to hope he can cope with that and the consequences that are going to be permanent. He's not going to, there's some things he's not going to be able to fix and he's going to have to live with it. I hope he can manage it. I hope he can live with it and recognize that it sucks, it hurts, but it's better than before. Nah, no, she's got a good head on her shoulders. She's a good critter. And but she just, that improvement right there, just in her face, is just mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. While pregnant. Well, she's getting bigger. She was losing weight healthily faster than she was gaining it from the critter. By the way, they saved her from the chest bursting. Yeah. They had the C-section. Yep. I was like, you know why they did that, right? I was like, because they saw the alien about to burst through your chest, so they had to take it out early. I kept joking with her. She's going to have a rah coming out of her chest. And I also told her, I was like, you know what's great about my sister having a baby? Every time you visit, I get to spoil the living fuck out of that critter. And then I don't have to deal with it. You got to go home with them. Oh, and well, there's the other thing this program got for me. Must have gotten like $7,000 worth of stuff for a baby. I mean, we're talking $400 carriers, $700 strollers, $600 cribs and bassinets and stuff that I could never afford, she could never afford, and now she has this nice stuff because of this. Yes, I will be streaming next week. We will be doing the new I believe I want to say it's the Bluer Pro. I think it's the new version of the Artillery Bluer Pro, I think. I believe that's what I have outside. And then, well, I think I'm going to try to do, I don't know if I can get enough machines to do it, but what I can try to do is do an every other week kind of thing. So 1 week we'll do a printer, something major. And then next week we'll do a recap kind of thing, chit-chat session, talk about, what the printer did and whatnot. And, so I think I'm going to switch to that kind of architecture. So it might be long stream, short stream, long stream, short stream. Unless we get into talking like we did today, then it might be long stream. But, so try to do that. And I've got to start making regular videos. So I'm going to try to make a 10, 12-minute video on this machine with these prints I've done. There's a couple more prints I want to get done, so it might not be this weekend. Because the last couple of prints I want to do are long ones. Because I want to do that Anime Girl one. I want to do the Jaws. I want to do the Alita. The one that you build. And I want to do the... I might do that funky one that you post, the Dwarf Warrior. I might do that one too, depending on how much support it takes. Because that looks like a pretty slick print. So I might do that too. There's just a thing on... it was on Thingiverse. It's just called Anime Girl. It's just a character with a separate head that fits into the top. It just looked like a nice print. We're everywhere, Daryl. We are absolutely everywhere in the conversation. Oop. I'll read that later, but send me that file. I will see about what it would take to print it. And like I said, I won't charge anything. I'll just charge you whatever the shipping costs, and then you add on to that whatever you want. But I'll probably have to get some key dimensions from you so we can measure it and make sure I printed it correctly. But send that file to my email, and I will try to work on it. I have cat ears. Where are they? I don't know where they're at. I think it's buried under here. But I have a pair of, it's a pink set of Bluetooth headphones with little cat ears. The nice ones from, Razer. The Razer cat ear Bluetooth headphones. Yeah, I like them a lot. And if anybody has a problem with it, I eat people. I'm a nasty kitty. Yes. No, yeah, Andrew didn't put his ass on camera this week. Yeah. He likes sticking his ass in the camera. Did you see this little cat ass on the camera? It's like, come on, cat, get going. I'll put a Doomsday Rocket up his butt and motivate him. But, alrighty. That is it. I will see you guys next week. Ooh, that's wrong. That goes like that. So, that's it. I think it was a good day. The first half, we kept in focus and we, went over this. And the latter half, we just bullshitted for the last 3 hours. So, you guys have a great day. I'm going to go start making dinner because I'm hungry. But first, I'm probably going to go out and see what UPS delivered. I will see you guys all next week. Thank you very much for joining in. Thank you once again to Colin for the $20 over PayPal. Thank you very much. I appreciate that so much. And thank you to those who continue to remain my loyal patrons. Don't forget to check out the affiliate links in the description, including I got an affiliate link to this watch, which is so far kicking ass. It was 2 weeks this Monday. So we are at 2 weeks and 3 days, and I am still at 66% battery. This thing's going to go a month between charges. That's what I call battery life. Yes, 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 yes. Now, I'm a very light user. I do blood oxygen and heart rate like 3 times a day just to keep the thing active doing stuff. And sometimes I might go a day and look at it twice. I just treat it like a normal watch for me, a light user. And so far, the battery life is ridiculous. So I'm very pleased. Because that's the biggest problem with these damn things is I hate having to charge them every day. It just is so when you got to charge the damn things every day. So a month, nice. So Daryl, send me that file when you get a chance. And I will see you guys next week. We will hit